I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the Project Manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans Local Partnership Program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years. I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the Project Manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans Local Partnership Program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years. I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the project manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans local partnership program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years. I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the
That's green. Okay, it's on. Okay. Hello? Or that one.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started in just a couple minutes. We've got two commissioners that'll be here any minute, so we're going to go ahead and get things going. Got all our board members up. You can try that one. All right, so thank you everyone so much for being here today. Thank you for those that drove from far away. We are thrilled to have you here. I am Nafili Barrett. I am the Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. And we do have a couple just official things we have to do because this is a special meeting of the Mendocino Council of Governments. So we will be calling the meeting to order and doing roll call before we proceed.
Hello, my name is Dan Jury. I'm Chair of the Mendocino Council of Governments, and we're going to call the meeting to order. Can we have roll call?
Yes, we'll see if this mic works. Director John Haschak,
Here.
Director Mike Carter,
Here.
Director Greta Connie, Director Jeff Hansen of Point Arena, not here today. Alternate Director Lindy Peters.
Here.
Director Josefina Duenas of Ukiah, I believe is not coming today. And Chair Dan Jurdy.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. So now before we go on, I would like to give a very big thanks to our sponsors of this event, our two gold sponsors, NCE, Nichols Consulting Engineers, and LIUNA Local 324, the Laborers International Union of North America, together with Lisette Southwest, and our silver sponsor, SHN Engineering. So we have a lot of acronyms sponsoring this event today, and we are very appreciative. They do have some material in back. And so again, thank you to our sponsors. And so now we will go on with introductions. So I'll start by introducing MCOG board members, and then we'll go on to CTC commissioners. So we got our chair, Dan Jurdy, John Haschak, Director Mike Carter, Director Greta Connie, and then our alternate director, Lindy Peters. And then joining us from the California Transportation Commission, we're so honored to have you here today, Commissioner Jay Bradshaw, Commissioner Bob Tiffany, and Executive Director Tanisha Taylor. And then we are expecting two more commissioners that should be here any moment. So we will introduce them as soon as they arrive. Would any of you like to make any brief introductory remarks? We do have a full agenda today, but please feel free before we go on.
Just very briefly, I want to thank the commission for taking the time to come to Mendocino County. And I know that this is something that you as a commission do twice a year and do these listening sessions into the more rural parts of California. And it's the first time I believe that the commission's been here in Mendocino County. And we very much hope that what you'll take away is seeing that here, even though we're a rural county, we have a little bit of everything in Mendocino County. We've got urbanized towns where we've had for 20 years, we've had cities with voter-approved sales taxes that have partnered with the state to revitalize their downtown, as you'll see in downtown Fort Bragg and Willits and Ukiah and Point Arena. And then we also have a very rural environment in Mendocino County. The county itself is about the size of Delaware and Rhode Island combined, but we only have 90,000 people. So we have kind of the extremes of everything in California right here in Mendocino County. We hope that you'll take that away as part of what you see here throughout today and tomorrow.
I would just add that along with that, you know how isolated we are, and you all arrived here by car, didn't you? We have no deep water port, we have no airport. Automobile and maybe train someday, but not for the time being. So it's very important. The road system is extremely important here in Mendocino County.
I'll just add that I'm brand new to the commission, just was appointed at the end of January by Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas, who is from my hometown, Hollister. which is part of San Diego County. If you're not familiar with it, it's just south of Santa Clara County, inland from Monterey, Santa Cruz County. But it is although certainly close to a metro area, it is a rural county. And so I look forward to representing counties like yourself and other counties in the state that are more rural, as well as the rest of the California. So this is my first town hall meeting. Look forward to experiencing it, and I've got a lot to learn, but thank you for having us.
Just have a couple quick comments. Jay Bradshaw, honored to serve in the California Transportation Commission. My day job is I'm the executive officer for the NorCal Carpenters Union, which is 22 local unions, about 38,000 members. Happy to see our good partners in construction and many other things, the laborers here today. We work as a team building the infrastructure throughout California. Really honored to be here, though. One of my favorite things is the town halls. I've been on the commission about 2 years now, and to the point really quickly around roads and automobiles and all that. For this commissioner, safety and viable connectivity to the rural, I'll say, because all areas are important, is important to this commissioner on a number of levels, right? So really good to be here. On a side note and a bonus, Fort Bragg is the top destination that my wife and I like to visit when we need to get away from the more urban environment. So it's really great to be here. Thank you very much.
And I'd just like to thank the staff for putting this together, and certainly the commissioners who are coming from near and far, mostly far. It certainly is appreciated here. And I think that with the next 2 days, you'll see a lot of the projects that we've been working on that are vital to the North Coast and our communities in Mendocino County, because there's a lot of safety issues we have here and just transportation needs. So hope that it's very fruitful days for you all.
All right. Anybody else? All right. I will go on then. So one quick note that I wanted to make, this is a little different from our typical MCOG meeting, is because this is a special meeting. We will have public comment at the end of the meeting. So if there are any members of the public here wishing to speak, that will come at the end of the meeting as indicated on the agenda. And now there's just one more thing before we get started with the presentations, because we are here talking today about transportation accomplishments in Mendocino County. And, in addition to the support that we've gotten from the commission and from Caltrans along the way, I want to acknowledge the contributions of two people in particular to transportation here in Mendocino County. So first of all, retired MCOG Executive Director Phil Dow, who has joined us in the audience today. Phil was the MCOG Executive Director from 1999 to 2018, and he worked tirelessly to move transportation, not just here in Mendocino County, but in all of rural California forward during his long career. And many of the projects that you'll hear about today came about under his leadership. So thank you very much to Phil. And then, at MCOG, we are very fortunate to have a wonderful board of directors. But in particular, I want to acknowledge today our chair, Dan Jurdy. Dan has been an MCOG board member for 21 years, and he was an alternate before that, so even longer. He has been our chair since 2009. And Dan has been a real champion of multimodal transportation in the region, advocating for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, for transit. He also has served on the Transit Authority Board and for funding for maintenance and rehabilitation of roadways. He's really a strong advocate and proponent for all types of transportation in the region. So thank you to both Phil and Dan for everything you have done for transportation in the region. All right. So we do have our two more commissioners here. So I haven't even let you catch your breath yet. Welcome Commissioner Leanne Eager and Commissioner Hillary Norton. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know I did say I would let you catch your breath, but if you care to make any opening remarks, please feel free to make some brief opening remarks, and then we'll be getting started with presentations. And sorry about the traffic that you got, or construction, I guess it was, you got to experience.
Well, first, we're really, really delighted to be here, and we intended fully to be on time. We were stuck in the Flagman traffic. So, and I got to tell you, watching that crane balance right on the precipice, the edge of the cliff was pretty exciting. So we're really excited to get to know the region, to be part of the tours, and to hear more about all the things that you're working on. So thank you, and really are excited to be with our colleagues today. And good afternoon. I'm Leanne Eager, Commissioner. I've been a Commissioner since 2020. I was one of the COVID commissioners, so we're thrilled to be here. I'm originally from the Central Valley, from Fresno, and I was telling Commissioner Norton on the way here that we tried to come this area for vacation at least every other year, staying in Mendocino and Fort Bragg. And so this is a beautiful area of the state of California. Even though we were stopped on the one, I was able to point out to Commissioner Norton where the Same Time Next Year hotel was, because that's certainly a highlight of the trip. And looking at the freeways, I mean, that's certainly, as we came across, we decided not to do the 20 because Douglas had said there might be a backup on the 20. So we went the other way and got really backed up. So we certainly understand the issues that happen in areas where you have one road to get from one place to another. So we're excited to be here and see all the wonderful things that you're doing.
All right, well, thank you. We are excited to have you all here. And with that, we will get started with the presentations. And should I just start with laptop here? Well, oh, okay. Sorry, we are using Zoom for recording purposes, so there's a whole process to make sure the presentation shows up on the Zoom. All right, great, thank you. Okay, so I am going to start with just some introduction to the Mendocino County region. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. All right, thank you. Hopefully that'll be the last of our technical difficulties for today. So as you have seen, Mendocino County is a beautiful place to be. We've got mountains, valleys, beaches, redwood forests, vineyards, orchards. We've got just about everything here. Mendocino County is a large county. It is 3,500 square miles. It is the 15th largest county in California by total area. So here is a map of our county. We have a population of 2020 census population of 91,601. That includes an incorporated population of 29,038 and unincorporated of 62,563. So the majority of the population does live outside of the incorporated towns. Our incorporated cities in the county are City of Ukiah, City of Fort Bragg, City of Willits, and City of Point Arena. And you've got the individual populations up there on the screen. Mendocino County is also home to 10 federally recognized tribes. The Caddo Tribe of Laytonville, Coyote Valley Band of Pomo, Giddyville Rancheria, Hopland Band of Pomo, Manchester Point Arena Band of Pomo, Pinoleville Pomo Nation, Potter Valley Tribe, Redwood Valley Little River Band of Pomo, Round Valley Indian Tribes, and Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. So just a little bit about our economy. So like many places, government, education, and healthcare sectors provide the most number of jobs in the county, but our industries in the region include agriculture, vineyards, mills and forestry products, construction, manufacturing, and here on the coast, marine industries. So like much of California, we have been severely impacted by climate change. We are experiencing larger and more frequent major wildfires. Here are three of the most recent major fires. In 2017, the Redwood Complex Fire. In 2018, the Mendocino Complex Fire. And in 2020, the August Complex Fire. So these have taken many homes, and then sadly, they have also taken lives in our county. So not surprisingly, fire is a big concern. It has led to investments from CAL FIRE and local efforts to increase resiliency in our communities, but it is still a concern. So you'll also be hearing today in some of the presentations about the importance of evacuation route improvements. So in addition to fires, we also are experiencing other climate change effects. We have cliff erosion and slides that are affecting several locations on county roads and state highways and some city streets. Major storm events exacerbate erosion and then result in slides all around the county. And we also have areas in the county that have frequent closures due to flooding on State Route 128 through Anderson Valley, and on State Route 1 in the Gasker Slough area near Point Arena are two examples of areas that are prone to regular flooding-related closures. And in communities where there's very little route redundancy, these closures cut off communities, they interfere with first responder access, and they mean potentially driving several hours for an alternate route. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the transportation network in Mendocino County. So our county has quite a bit of road mileage. The County of Mendocino has 1,016 centerline miles of roadway in its network. That includes 687 miles of paved network, so a significant number of unpaved roadway that they are maintaining as well. City of Ukiah has 53 centerline miles. City of Willits has 19 centerline miles, Fort Bragg has 25, and the City of Point Arena has about 3 centerline miles, and there are 393 centerline miles of state highway in the county. Not surprisingly, mileage of that kind does take quite a bit of money to maintain. Unfortunately, much of the formula funding that comes to the region for roadway maintenance is population-based, so it makes it harder in a rural area to maintain that mileage. Our cities have been successful in passing transportation sales tax measures that have led to improvements in their roadway network. However, the county does not benefit from a transportation sales tax. So in addition to streets, roads, and highways, active transportation also plays a big part of transportation in our area, particularly in the more populated communities and within the incorporated cities. Our cities have made great efforts to create walkable and bikeable downtowns, and we've got more of those types of improvements planned, which you will hear more about today and you'll experience on our tour tomorrow as well. There is less dedicated or fewer dedicated walking and biking facilities in the more remote communities, although those are increasing as funding allows, typically in the form of a separated multi-use trail. We, of course, have the Great Redwood Trail also that runs north to south through the county, and the Coastal Trail, which you will get to experience today. And we will hear more about in presentations. So transit in the region is provided by the Mendocino Transit Authority. They are the only public transit operator in the area, and they provide fixed route service in Ukiah, Willits, and Fort Bragg. They provide regional service between Wallala and Ukiah. Wallala is the very southern end of the county on the coast. Between Willits and Ukiah, that's along the 101 corridor, and between the Navarro River Junction, also on the coast, and Fort Bragg. And then there's interregional service between Fort Bragg and Santa Rosa, and Point Arena and Santa Rosa, and those are less frequent. MTA also provides ADA paratransit service in Ukiah and Fort Bragg, and specialized services provided under contract with 5 senior centers in our area. All right, these are results of a regional transportation plan update survey that was completed in 2021. So the question was, in an average weekday, what's your primary mode of transportation? And 83% of respondents indicated they use a private vehicle, 10% walk, 3.5% use transit, and 2.5% use bikes as their primary mode. 94% of respondents said that in a typical week, they would use a personal vehicle at some point. All right, now I'm going to end my presentation with just some scenarios of what people might experience living in the county in terms of travel to get to kind of standard destinations. So first one I'm going to start with, I'm going to use a sports family example, because driving around for sports was how I spent a lot of years as my kids were growing up. So my example is a family that lives in Point Arena. Their son plays baseball at the high school there. That high school plays Round Valley High School. This is an in-conference game. They travel 115 miles over winding mountainous roads on a weeknight to get to Round Valley High School. That takes about 2 hours and 45 minutes in each direction in good conditions. Hopefully there are no rocks that have slid down the sides of the embankments onto the road that block their way. So the kids get there on a bus. Parents going to watch their kids play are usually taking private vehicles. And again, this is happening on weeknights, and they're probably traveling home in the dark in who knows what kind of weather. So that's my first example. And I did intentionally choose the most extreme sports family example I could come up with, but it is real. I believe their game this year is on April 30th. I looked it up. Okay, next example is a woman living in the Covelo area, expecting a child. There is no prenatal care in the area. She has to drive an hour to get to prenatal care. So every appointment, she is driving over State Route 162, which is mountainous and winding, to reach her appointments. And so my next examples are all of MCOG staff, because I realize that we actually represent some good diversity in transportation. So Janet drives her electric vehicle from the Brook Trails area, which is outside of Willits, into our offices in Ukiah every day. It's about a 30-mile drive, and then destinations within town, she will often walk to. Another example is Charlene. Her drive to and from work is about a 10-mile round trip drive. she keeps a bicycle at the office because where she lives, the road is not well designed for cycling, but she keeps a bicycle at the office that she can use while she's in town. Her husband, however, works for a company that does gas and propane delivery, and they are based in the Ukiah area. Their delivery drivers go all over the entire Mendocino County area from that Ukiah-based location. So they are driving, hundreds of miles in a day to these far-flung locations. Next up, Alexis in our office. She lives in Redwood Valley, which is just north of Ukiah. Drives into our office in Ukiah. She has 3 kids. They go to schools in both Redwood Valley and Ukiah, and they have after-school activities. So between getting to work, school pickups, and after-school activities, it is not uncommon for her to make that trip into Ukiah 3 times in a single day. Her husband, however, works in the construction industry. He is typically driving to jobs in the North Bay, and it's not unusual for his drives into work to take about an hour and a half, or minimum of 100 miles in each direction. So the point of all that is just to demonstrate that all modes of transportation are important in rural areas like Mendocino County. We've been supporting walking and biking and transit for decades, and we're really glad to see the state is showing an interest in these modes, especially as many of our rural communities have a state highway as their main street. But it's important to remember that roads and highways are still very important. The majority of our residents from all walks of life rely on roads and highways to reach basic destinations every day, and will continue to do so. So we want to make sure that we can walk and bike within our communities, but that our roads and highways remain drivable and safe as well. And that concludes my presentation. Again, welcome to Mendocino County. We are so excited to have you here and for you to learn more about transportation accomplishments and challenges. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And if not, we will go on to the next presentation.
I'll just add the county seat to what you're saying, coming from Fort Bragg. The county seat is in Ukiah.
Yes,
So if any of you have driven through Ukiah to here, that's how far it is. It used to be to get a wedding, a marriage license, to get a birth certificate, to get anything. That's changed a little bit, but anyone from this area has at least once, probably, unless they're a felon, driven to Ukiah for jury duty, just to drive over there, sit in a room for hours to find out you're not selected and drive back. Sometimes you drive 3 days before you're not selected. So
yes, thank you
it's
for
a
adding.
real issue driving around this county. Probably, if you know the roads, an hour and 15, an hour, 20 minutes, if not an hour and a half. And wintertime on Highway 20 is not a fun drive. Let me just add that.
No,
And the
it is
peaks
not.
around here also get snow, so you can't even. Sometimes you're here with Highway 1 closed, Highway 128 closed, Highway 20 closed, Highway 1 in both directions, literally an island at Christmas time. So
Yes.
it's a problem.
All right, any more comments or questions?
I just wanted to make a quick comment about your example of the woman with the sports family traveling on Covelo Road, which is Highway 162. Shout out to Caltrans, who does a phenomenal job with the multiple rock slides that happen there all winter long. They really do a phenomenal job of keeping that road open. So big thanks to her.
Yes, absolutely. All right, anything else?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that you noted the fires we've had in the last 5 or 6 years. And that is really a critical situation as we see global warming happening and, the higher risk for our communities, especially the one way in, one way out communities that we have in our county. It's a critical situation.
And I just wanted to add that I'll be listening for further discussion about the healthcare issues and the access to critical care and the issues of road being closed, and then the escape routes for like major weather events and fires. So looking forward to the rest of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, well, there will be You'll hear about a couple projects that are, well, three projects that are evacuation routes at least, and yeah, more of that throughout the day.
So I just had one quick question. So Commissioner Norton and I came on the 128 across to the one,
Okay.
and we noticed there were a lot of bicyclists and runners on the 128, but no place for them. Is that planned for the future?
Yeah, we did a corridor plan years ago for 128 that was more focused around the communities, particularly between Boonville and Philo. But Mendocino County in general is popular for cyclists up and down one as well. And so, yeah, it is not uncommon. The serious cyclists will go ahead and do it regardless of whether there's room for them. But yes, it is. There are places where, there's no shoulder. And I don't remember the details of that plan because it has been several years. But as far as I know, there's no project actually like in development at this time on 128. But it is a beautiful corridor. It's one of my favorite in the county. Yes. All right. Anything else? Okay. Then I would like to introduce our next presenter. Jamie Mattioli is the Caltrans District 1 Corridor Manager, and he will be talking to us about Caltrans projects.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Mattioli. I'm with Caltrans District 1. I'm the corridor manager for the Mendocino Coast. My role is to manage the portfolio of projects on Men 1 and primarily to coach and mentor those project managers that are delivering these projects with the teams. I want to start out with a bit of context on the Mendocino Coast as Caltrans sees the world. Geometry, geology, access, safety, resources, and people. First, let's take a look at the geometry of the road. It is true, there's not a lot of shoulder in these spots. There's 0 foot to 4 foot. And you see the road here has curves. Those curves are not up to our current geometric standards. You see guardrail on the side of the road indicating that there's been collisions. Geology. In this photo, there's a picture of a landslide. Starts in about the middle of the page, goes to the left. That's Westport landslide. We'll see it on the tour. So we have problematic geology up and down the coast with Franciscan materials. And with climate change, damage is getting more and more severe with increased storms and sea level rise pounding on the toe of the coast. There's access. We talked about one road in, one road out. It's the Pacific Coast Bike Route. It's the coastal trail. We have a beach in this photo where it's a super popular destination for beachgoers, especially in the summer. And then that comes to a head with safety. So you have cyclists, pedestrians on the road with this challenging geometry, and there's issues with safety, concerns with safety. So we try to improve safety as much as we can for all users. Resources. So in this photo, you see vegetation, there's coastal shrubs, there's trees, of course, there's fish, and there's also cultural resources. The area to the south is known as Blues Beach, highly sensitive, important area to the original stewards of the land, and we'll talk about what's happening there. And finally, people. Let's see if I can get this to work. People. The way we see it, people here are engaged, they're intelligent, and they're very interested in transportation. So we're very fortunate to be able to work with people who are dedicated to helping us improve our projects. So for my presentation over the next 15 minutes, I'll touch on the things we're doing with the money and the time that you allocate to us. We'll talk about the Blues Beach transfer, and then 2 disciplines that are critical for our success in delivering these projects. That's stakeholder engagement, and for us on the coast, it's coastal mitigation. And I do expect there's time for any questions, comments, concerns. Starting with Blues Beach. Blues Beach is about a 2-mile stretch of coastal lands just south of the town of Westport. It's about 150 acres. Caltrans purchased this land back in the 70s using federal scenic beautification dollars. Essentially, it was purchased just to protect the scenery. Because of that fact, we're now able to transfer that land at no cost. We'll come to that. But from the 70s to today, Caltrans is not set up to manage beach access, and there's been a number of challenges. Unfortunately, in the mid thousands, tribes came to us and told us that tribal resources had been impacted within this land. Caltrans took immediate steps to mitigate and protect those resources. However, it's clear having Caltrans be the long-term stewards of this land is not in Caltrans' best interest. And we sought a long-term steward. 3 tribes stepped up: Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Round Valley Indian Tribes, and Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Through their leadership, meeting with Caltrans, meeting with Senator McGuire, a bill was crafted that became law, and that's become our North Star for this transfer we're engaged in. The law essentially protects what's there, protects the resources, protects the current access, and provides a mechanism for us to transfer the land to Kaipoma, which is a nonprofit organization formed by these 3 tribes. And we've had a number of successes working with Kaipoma hand in hand. We're meeting now almost monthly, and we've agreed on the mapping, essentially where the boundary is between what would be Caltrans land that's retained, needed to maintain the highway, and the lands that will be transferred back. And the next steps for us is to finalize all of these agreements. We're also working with the Coastal Commission on a coastal development permit. They've been great to work with. And the final step we're excited to get here would be to request CTC approval of the transfer. We hope we can make that request this fall. I just want to highlight a few of the projects on the coast here, focusing on how we're advancing the core 4: safety, equity, climate action, and economic prosperity, with a very high level highlight of these projects. So back up to Westport Slide. It's about a 2,000-foot long slide, deep-seated, been moving chronically for years. The forces are the water, the saturation, and then the toe erosion at the slope at the bottom there. Caltrans has done a number of repairs. We've installed retaining walls shown in blue. They don't stabilize the slide. They simply hold the road together as it moves. And unfortunately, movement has continued up at the north. And now emergency crews are working there to repair this damage and smooth out that kind of bump in the road. As we drill, perform geotech investigations to help us design a new retaining wall and investigate the possibility of installing revetment at the toe of the slope, which is basically placing large rock at the toe to prevent wave erosion from eating away the toe. So that all those colors are showing where things are moving, so that on the left, the yellow stuff is not moving, the red stuff is sinking, the green stuff is raising up. So you can see how stuff is moving there on the coast. And Caltrans has assessed that the best way to get revetment to this area and the safest way would be through that area circled that is Blues Beach, would be to get materials through the access on Blues Beach, and we're negotiating long-term access with the tribes as part of that transfer. And then in the long term, we're looking to develop a way to address the root cause of the slide and fix it permanently, we hope. So a drainage system could slow or stop that movement. A tunnel would avoid it, would be very costly. We don't expect it's going to be preferred. We had a project in the works, emergency job came in, that long-term project stalled, and we're unparring it. We hope to reprogram that in 2026 once we have some geotech investigations under our belt. Moving south, Pudding Creek Bridge, just at the north end of town. You see the bridge under construction, new rails going in on the west side, the old rail being partially demolished on the east side. And construction is now completed over last summer to fall. We took a bridge that had poor condition railing, narrow walkways, narrow shoulders, and we've widened it. We have 8-foot shoulders on both sides, 6-foot walkways with lighting and decorations. I walked this last night across the bridge. I'll tell you, it felt safe. The lights work. It's really an improvement for accessibility and safety. We also added 350 feet north of this area of sidewalk, connecting to sidewalk in the town. So that connects to Fort Bragg ADA project, which installs new sidewalk, improves curb ramps and driveways, primarily looking at improvements for people with disabilities. So we're bringing up our ADA standards. This project did lose funding when we had a delay in the coastal development permit. We've now received that permit and the project has been reprogrammed. We do hope to get out to construction next summer. Moving further south, Jack Peters Creek Bridge. This is a project that has begun construction. Essentially, we've started veg clearing and we should drive by the site tomorrow. We're widening this bridge. It was another project with poor condition rail, very narrow shoulders. We're adding 6-foot wide shoulders, 1 6-foot walkway there on the west side, which becomes part of the coastal trail, improves safety and accessibility for all users. Albion River Bridge is a bridge built of wood during World War II. Caltrans had planned to build a concrete arch, but because of austerity measures and lack of materials, we built what we could using wood and repurposed steel truss that spans the river. This is such a beautiful, iconic, historic a bridge for the people of Albion. It's very important to them for historic scenic value, very important to the community. So Caltrans has studied both a rehabilitation and a replacement for this bridge, and that analysis will come out when we circulate our draft environmental document this summer. One of the replacement options is shown below. That does add wider shoulders, 6-foot wide shoulders, and a 6-foot walkway. And we're very fortunate to be using alternative procurement, the construction manager general contractor approach. We have the contractor at the table with us. Justin from Granite is here today. There he was, there he is. It's great to work with these folks. They're at the table. They're helping us understand the means and methods, and that really helps us as we're talking to permitting agencies. We understand what we're doing so much better. And finally, on the coast, Salmon Creek Bridge. So unfortunately, maintenance methods in the past had lead-based paint, sandblast waste that wasn't contained, and it did contaminate the parcels below the bridge, including a residential parcel. So this project is to clean up, remediate those soils, to revegetate, and to do some wetland restoration. The environmental process is being led by the California Department of Toxic Substance Control, DTSC, and they've been governing the schedule to date. We do hope we can get to construction in 2026. Now, I'll move us over to Lake County. Yes, please.
When you presented about the Albion Bridge and you talked about pedestrians on the bridge, what is the separation and protection from pedestrians with vehicles also crossing the bridge?
So currently there's none. You can't see it here, but let me show you an example of what I don't have a good example of what it looks like. And I wonder if I can get back to this slideshow with you. Right now it's very narrow shoulders. We'll see it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So pedestrians don't have a lot of space. The proposal is to create 6-foot wide shoulders and then a separated walkway. So it would be like, I do have a picture of in the next slide. Thank you so much.
So the walkway would be grade separated with the
It's just like this, if you can see that.
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that's what it would look like. You're walking on the other side of the rail, so trucks, cars going by, you feel safe seeing that big steel beam. I just walked it last night. Mm-hmm. A lot safer than crossing the current situation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So back to Lake County. So we mentioned Phil Dow, who's been a partner at MCOG. He also was leading the way at Lake APC. And Phil Dow was so instrumental going back decades on this project. So it was such a privilege to get to work with him a little bit when I was a project manager of this project, Konocti Corridor. So Lake 20, I don't know if folks came across, it's one of the major connectors in the North State between I-5 and 101. So there's two ways to get around the lake, the North Shore on 20 and the South Shore 2953. The North Shore is shorter. With the South Shore, you have a place where you could build stuff. On the North Shore, the highway is the main street through a number of communities. You have a 2-lane road you're right against the lake or you're against the town or the mountains. So you can't really add capacity on the North Shore. So Phil and others figured out in the late 90s, the best thing to do is to make the South Shore that corridor, that shuffle as much traffic as you can off of 20, get the trucks, get the through traffic through 53 and 29. So that's the concept. There's a number of benefits to that concept, and it improves accessibility for folks on the North Shore. We could do more and more traffic calming measures on the North Shore, improve situation for pedestrians, and it is an equity issue. It's an economically depressed area. Many people rely on walking to get around. And there is a climate action component. We talked about fire emergencies, and that Lake 29 is a key escape route. There's been a number of fires recently. In addition to safety issues. Based on the geometry, there'll be much lower rates of cross center line collisions with the new geometry of this project, as well as less potential for collisions on the North Shore with pedestrians. So the project is segmented into 3 pieces. They've all cleared the environmental process. Segment 2C has completed construction. The remaining 2 segments, 2B and 2A, have been funded through design. However, we did not have right-of-way funds until very recently, with it being programmed into the 2024 STIP. We secured $43.5 million for segment 2B to work on the right-of-way, which is great. So now we could advance segment 2B up to the point of our RTL milestone. We've got plans and specs, we've got our right-of-way. As we pursue funding, if we get funding in place, we could begin building in 2028, segment 2B. And there's a look at the geometry. We go from narrow 2-lane section, very little shoulder, create the median, full width shoulders, full curves. There have been a number of head-on collisions in this area. So it really addresses the safety issue on both of those ways around the lake. Okay. But now to the 2 disciplines I think are most critical for our success here on the coast. And that's stakeholder engagement and mitigation. So for stakeholder engagement, my boss, Richard Mullen, single focal point, he created the mantra for us. We're bringing Caltrans to the Mendocino coast. And what does that mean? That means we're here, we're doing our job that we need to do, be transparent, be accountable, but also the people feel like they could approach us. They could talk to us. We're accountable. You could ask us questions. We'll hold more public meetings, not just when they're required by CEQA or NEPA. We have a meeting tomorrow night in Point Arena. It's not required. It's helpful. It's going to help us with the project we're developing. And we want to do our job to get the word out. You don't have to come to us. We'll come to you. So if you have a community meeting, we will come speak to you. We'll talk about our projects. We'll answer your questions. And these are some of the groups we've spoken to or are speaking to. And we have Manny Machado here tonight, our public information officer, who's so wonderful, works very hard to maintain a good website and get the word out on social media. He's also developed a business card for the Mendocino coast, and it has our website and a way to get there. So love working with Manny. And finally, my final topic, coastal mitigation. We're doing all these good things on the coast. The projects do have impacts. You have to mitigate for them. There's no available bank in the area where we could just pay a banker money and then that takes care of our mitigation. So to date, Caltrans has been doing its own permittee responsible mitigation, which is complex and it's risky. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about what we're doing to pursue advanced mitigation. So here's an example of a permittee responsible mitigation effort. It's about 12 acres on Highway 1, both sides. We purchased the land, and those areas divide up how this property will be offsetting various projects, 4 projects with different sorts of habitat restoration or mainly preservation. In addition, there's a new piece of the coastal trail that will go through the area. It's a great project, really proud of the team, super difficult to implement and creates risk for the projects that are counting on it, but a huge success. And we're looking towards advanced mitigation. Why? Because it costs less and it's less risk to our projects. It could cost up to 50% amount of time. per acre, and it reduces the risk of delays to our projects and also eliminates liability. We could do a mitigation effort and have things fail. More weeds come in, plants die, for example. And there's benefits to the environment. As we take smaller pieces of mitigation, put them into one piece, you can have landscape-wide effects, greater benefits for the ecosystem. So there's two things we're doing for banking. The SHOP Bridge program went along with my predecessors here and took an innovative step to have a pilot project to establish mitigation banks for Mendocino Coast projects. So we've been working with a group called Res of Banker, and we have a contract to purchase a number of credits from them. They're building the banks. The first of the credits should be released early in January of 25, and then the second bank should be releasing credits very soon after that. That could benefit 11 different transportation projects. And also there's the long-term effort that's being established by headquarters, Caltrans, and we've performed an assessment for this area of what our needs are, and we're going to be initiating a project initiation proposal we could send to our steering committee, and we're asking for more banking and more money if we can get money to buy credits from the banks that are being established. So those are things that are critical to our success. And finally, in closing, just thank you again for making the trip. It's so special that we get one of your 2 trips. And thank you to your staff and MCOG for all this. It's such a privilege to be entrusted with these projects. And it's really a privilege to work for the people we work for. Happy to take any questions.
This may be more for Phil, but I'm just curious. There are ways to connect east and west, 128, 20, Four Springs Road. There is no way to go north and south, especially in the coastal region, except for Highway 1. Every time you repair a bridge, or there's a major accident on a bridge, or there's a problem with Highway 1, you can't go north and south. So I'm just curious if, and I know we've talked about it at this local government level over time, if there's ever been a plan to develop some sort of north and south connection, maybe between Noyle River and Pudding Creek, or some way to allow the circulation to continue north and south in the coastal region. Because there's no way right now, unless you know logging roads and you have an ATV, you can't do it, period. So it is a problem. It's been a long-standing problem. It involves private property. I'm aware of that, but I'm just curious if anyone has looked into this at all, because it's a problem.
I'm looking at Talitha Hodgson, our wonderful chief in the planning group, and she's saying, no, we don't have such a plan in the works. Yeah.
We have a brand new climate adaptation branch in the district, and we are working towards trying to look at evacuation routes more deeply. We just got our first, Protect grant for a feasibility. Actually, no, it's funding from PID to RTL for Highway 96, both in Humboldt and Siskiyou counties, to look at evacuation routes and things that we can do to improve, people's ability to get out when they need to. I think it's something that we're going to be looking a lot more at over time. It's going to be pretty essential with, the fires that we're experiencing up here. So it's on our radar.
And what happened to Lahaina? There was no way north and south. They did have one little bypass, but
Yeah, and I was there for the emergency response, and there was a lot of issues there, and Paradise, these are real issues for all of us living in areas that have only one road in and out. Yeah, it's important for us.
I was going to comment that coming from my neck of the woods, the Central Coast area, we experience right now, currently experiencing with, you know, the area around, you know, down the coast on one and with Big Sur. So we certainly can appreciate the difficulty that you have, and you're dealing with more people going up and down that stretch. I was gonna, just to back up for a minute, I know we're in Mendocino County, but on your conversation about Lake County and the route that you were talking about, was it 29 or 129? 29. But I'm just curious, compared to other parts of the state, is there widespread support for the expansion of that road through there? Are you getting pushback from different groups? I'm just curious because, you know, as I'm learning, there's a lot of dynamics that you get into when you're looking at highway expansion. And I'm also just curious as far as what you're running into from your point of view, and from the county's point of view, from VMT and how that's impacted. Anyway, I'd just be interested in hearing some comments on that.
Commissioner Tiffany, really good questions. I might have a pretty good answer for the first one, but not for the second. We have not experienced pushback from the communities for the work, especially locals. The safety is a big deal. The collisions weigh on people, and yeah, people, they want to see this project built and have been waiting for decades. That's the sense I have. And I was there when we delivered the environmental documents. That was the case then. And I haven't heard anything crop up since then. As far as VMTs, and we're looking at adding lanes, I haven't heard that it has been a big concern. When we delivered the environmental document, that rule was not in place. There's been new rules about addressing VMTs. We feel this is building out the system as it was designed. We don't expect you're going to get new traffic generated because of the added lanes. We should get people off of 20 and onto 29. So that's the new traffic. It's not generating new traffic because someone can drive a little bit faster. So that's our sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I could just add something to what our Caltrans partner talked about for the context of the commissioners and the council members around the table. When we met in Hollister last year for our town hall, we talked about induced demand in rural settings and that there are differences in terms of how traffic is generated and why people are making their trips. And I think that's similar to what we're talking about here in Mendocino. When we're looking at these different alternatives, one of the things that we have to consider when we talk about VMT is what are the alternative modes that people can take and if those are available. And we see a very big difference when we look at the types of transit systems that serve our rural areas versus the types of transit systems that serve our more urban areas throughout the state.
We don't even have Uber.
I'd like to make a comment that one of the things that concerns me in our county is so often the value of a project is based on how many more people it will serve. Projects that happen in areas that are growing and seeing increased demand. That's not the situation in rural counties like this one. What we are in fact trying to do is improve safety for the people who are already here, not for the ones who are coming. We can all hope that there's someone more coming behind us, but in all likelihood, we're just dealing with the population that's here. And so the value of a project shouldn't always be tied to how many more people it will improve for.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we can ask for some help with that. Can we turn it up and queue up our next presentation? So thank you so much, Jamie. That was great. So many important projects being implemented by Caltrans all across the North State. So up next, we have a presentation from the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, MCRCD. So I'd like to introduce Stephanie Garabrandt Sierra, the MCRCD Executive Director, Joe Scriven, Assistant Executive Director, Chris Bartow, Program Manager, Maureen Doyle, Environmental Scientist and Mitigation Specialist with Caltrans District 3. So I will turn it over and they can talk to you about some exciting things that have been happening with environmental mitigations and partnerships in the region.
Thank you so much for having us. We're so pleased to be here, and we were just very gratified to be invited to talk about mitigation in our county. I have this. Thank you, Chris. Yes, again, we're from the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. Our mission is to conserve, protect, and restore wild and working landscapes to enhance the health of the water, soil, and forests in Mendocino County. We have 4 programs. We have the Water Resources Program, Soil Health and Agriculture, Forest Health and Resiliency, and Land Stewardship. Our main office is in Ukiah, and we also have a Willits office, and we have approximately 14 to 16 employees, give or take. And our history is interesting. We are a special district. Special districts are units of government that are formed for special purposes. The resource conservation districts were actually formed by the state of California in 1938 as a result of the Dust Bowl to deal with the man-made ecological disasters. The Mendocino County Resource Conservation District was formed in 1945 by the vote of the people. And we exist, we are one of the few governments that are not supported by a sliver of sales tax or parcel tax. Many RCDs are, we are not. We depend on donations and a small county stipend that allow us to write grants and contracts to support our conservation work. Our budget has grown in the last couple of years from about $2.5 million to $8.5 million this year. And we do appreciate the support of the County of Mendocino. And now I'm going to hand it over to Joe Scriven, who is our Assistant Executive Director, and he's also our fisheries biologist, to start talking about some of the mitigation projects that we've been doing in our lovely county.
Thank you, Stephanie. Hi, my name's Joe Scriven, and I'm honored to be here to present a couple of our projects to you. So the first is the Caltrans mitigation project that we were granted $1.75 million back in 2010 for a mitigation effort that Caltrans needed to sponsor. And there were 3 goals for that 1.75 million. That was to improve fish passage for salmonids, improve aquatic habitat, and improve riparian habitat in the Upper Russian River watershed. And so our team over the years used that $1.75 million to leverage $1.8 million more for the 3 projects that were the main goals, plus another dozen or so projects. So this photograph here shows a bridge that was on Feliz Creek, which is just west of the town of Popland. And that bridge had been a fish passage barrier for salmon and steelhead for about 50 years. And that was a huge project. We got knocked out in 2012, provided anadromous habitat for salmon and steelhead for about 9.5 to 10 miles. And here's just an example of the suite of projects that we're able to put on the ground between 2010 and 2023. We just finished the final report and sent that to Caltrans about a month ago. Next slide, please. This was our other larger flagship project that we're able to utilize the mitigation funds to secure additional grant funds to install a bridge over a salmon and steelhead bearing stream in Redwood Valley. This was a wet crossing that's been a wet crossing for generations. And it was not only a hazard to the aquatic habitat, it was also a hazard to the families who've been crossing that bridge for decades. And by installing this bridge, we now have year-round safe access for families and emergency services vehicles. So that's our first big mitigation project that the RCD has administered. And a recent one we had this year with Caltrans is $1.9 million allocated with thanks to the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, where there's a mitigation responsibility to reduce sediment impacts to the Eel River watershed, the three main branches, the upper middle fork, the main stem, and the south fork. And from this $1.9 million, we're able to identify road networks that could be storm-proofed, that would prevent soil from entering the stream system and thus protect water quality. And so we worked up out of Covelo this year in 23 and tuned up a road network up there, a road network out of Laytonville, and then one out of Branscombe. And we're going to finish up this spring on 2 of the road networks. And it's been a huge improvement for these road networks and helping Caltrans achieve their mitigation goals. And we're really happy to have such a great partner with Caltrans. Thank you. And if you have any questions. Okay, thanks a bunch.
Hello, commissioners and supervisors, council members. My name is Chris Bartow. I am the Land Stewardship Program Manager. I'm also dedicated to the Willits Bypass Mitigation Project, which is currently the largest mitigation project undertaken by Caltrans in the state of California. It's located in the town of Willits. I think most of you came in on Highway 128. If you were to go home on Highway 20, it would drop you into the town of Willits. It encompasses 2,000 acres of the valley, mostly county land, actually entirely county land, other from the road passage. This project is governed by multiple documents. We have a state MMP mitigation and monitoring plan. We also have a federal mitigation and monitoring plan. The roadway project, when it was installed, encompassed 5.9 miles of bypass, has 2 interchanges, 6 bridges spanning local railroads and creek crossings. And then there's a picture here of this magnificent viaduct that went around the valley, spanning a 100-year floodplain. The impacts from this type of a project that required such a large mitigation project were over 48 acres of wetlands permanently impacted, waters of the U.S., 25 acres were temporarily impacted. Other waters, 2.6 acres, 3.5 acres temporarily. We had some rare plants in California that were impacted by this project. North Coast semaphore grass, about 1/3 of an acre was impacted. And over 121 acres of Baker's meadowfoam, Lananthes bakeri, which is endemic to the Willits Valley, was impacted. Over 16 acres of riparian corridors, oak woodland tree canopy, about 12 acres were impacted, and grassland oak woodlands, 53 acres were impacted. So what was done to compensate for these losses? So the overall vision of the project's compensatory mitigation strategy was to establish, rehabilitate, reestablish, and preserve a mosaic of high-functioning habitats in perpetuity, thus increasing the ecological value and improving water quality in the Eel River Basin. So over 60 acres of wetlands were established. Enhancement to wetlands over 442 acres. Riparian preservation over 200 acres. Riparian establishment over 53 acres. Oak woodland preservation, 230 acres. And then we have conservation grazing lands in support of Lananthes bakeri of over 1,000 acres. So the mitigation and monitoring goals set forth by Caltrans to meet the requirements of the regulatory agencies included to maintain and improve the structure and function of seasonal wetlands, oak woodlands, and riparian habitats. Maintain and expand populations of Baker's meadowfoam and North Coast semaphore grass, those 2 rare plants I was speaking about. To reduce target invasive species across the project. To protect cultural resources. Provide ecologically and economically sustainable management of the graze mitigation lands, and to support cooperative and effective partnerships with our grazing tenants. This drone footage you're seeing is of the north end of Willits. This is some of our perennial wetlands that we have in the north end of the valley. It's high-functioning ecosystems. So some of the accomplishments that Caltrans has done. Caltrans, we are a partner to Caltrans. We are under a 10-year cooperative agreement. We eventually will be the long-term managers of this land. We will hold it in fee and title and operate under a conservation easement that is being drafted between the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Over 265,000 herbaceous plants. All of these plants were propagated from seed and plant material within the Willits Valley in the Eel River Basin. And 14 wetland establishment sites. Over 500,000 herbaceous plants and over 6,000 tree and shrubs were planted across most of these wetland and riparian areas. 400 acres of riparian establishment with over 70,000 herbaceous plants and 38,000 trees and shrubs, most of these valley oaks, and they've been incredibly successful. Caltrans has had over 90% success rate on these planting and establishments. Overall, just under a million plants went into the ground by the fall of 2016. I want to introduce one of our partners with Caltrans, Maureen Doyle, who's a mitigation specialist we work hand in hand with, and she's going to discuss some of the challenges that have been on Caltrans's plate on a mitigation project this size.
Thank you, Chris. So the Willis Mitigation Project has indeed seen a lot of success over the last several years and since its implementation in 2015. However, with that success there have been challenges. One of the primary challenge that we deal with yearly is the management of pervasive non-native species. And these are in both our created wetlands and our wetland rehab areas. The reason this is important, the reason the management of these species is important, it affects our ability to meet the Army Corps performance criteria set in the federal MMPs. We also have a restriction on herbicide uses. So that requires all of the weed management across the 2,000 acres to be done by hand. Over the last couple of years, we have also developed two techniques specifically to enhance the cover of those native species that we need cover on for meeting the Army Corps criteria, which is the native cover. Next slide. So over the last few years, we developed two planting treatments. One of those treatments is native sod. The other is high density planting. The native sod we tested in 2017, 2018. This involves growing out native wetland plant species that are rhizomatous, which means they spread underground. These densely compacted plantings help prevent the non-native weed species from getting established within those treatment areas. While this was very successful, we also determined that this was too expensive for the amount of ground that we needed to cover. Again, this is on a couple thousand acres. For example, a typical 4x4 plot that we were implementing was about $4,200. Next slide. So in 2018, 2019, we modified our planting technique to cover more area at a lower cost. This is a high density technique, which involves larger plots with planting densities at a much, at a closer planting, but less dense than the sod. We could cover more area with this, and it was a lot more cost effective. So again, that typical 4x4 plot was about $1,200. We have expanded the use of this technique and are seeing an increase in the percent cover of our native species. The photo that you see here is a recently planted high density plot. So you can see how closely planted those species are. Next slide. These two photos show those typical plots a couple years later, and they've completely filled in with very little intrusion of non-native species. Next slide. Another ongoing challenge that Caltrans has is agency engagement, specifically with the Army Corps on the performance criteria of native cover. Recently, Caltrans proposed a modification to some of those performance metrics to bring it more in line with the Army Corps' own mitigation rule. However, the Army Corps rejected that proposal and is requiring Caltrans to provide additional mitigation should they deem some of our wetland creation sites failures. Should this come to pass, this would require additional funding and extend monitoring time. The Army Corps continues to be one of the most challenging and least engaged of the three agencies, those agencies being the Water Board, CDFW, and of course the Water Board, or of course the Army Corps. Compounding this is the multiple turnover of PMs that we've had since the implementation of this project. A lot of times these new PMs that come in to this project are unfamiliar with the complexity of this project and are largely focused on us just meeting those specific metrics and not really the overall improvement of the habitat. Despite this, Caltrans remains optimistic and committed to resolving these issues and also to the ultimate success of the mitigation lands at the end of the 10-year monitoring cycle, which is 2027. These next couple of slides, just I wanted to highlight a couple of the successes that we have had. This is one of our created wetland sites. On the photo on the left is at the creation when it was being graded. And then again in 2022, showing a fully matured and functioning wetland. And this slide is not of a wetland. This is actually Outlet Creek. This is part of our wetland establishment site. 2016, which was, I believe, a year after this stretch of Outlet Creek was planted. And then this was last year at the same location, showing a fully mature wetland forest. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Chris.
Thanks, Maureen. And Caltrans has done an excellent job, unbelievable job, really implementing much of what was a really challenging plan, mitigation monitoring plan, for really stringent success criteria set by the Army Corps of Engineers. The Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, through the end of this interim cooperative agreement, we're working hand in hand as partners with Caltrans to help them reach success criteria and allow this project to mature. Once that's done, transfer will come over to our agency. And our long-term management of this project will include grazing management. We have 7 local agricultural producers in the valley. We use domestic livestock to reach some of the goals, believed to be one of the reasons why we still have one of these endemic plants, these low-growing herbs, Linanthes bakeri. With the loss of our native grazing animals in the valley, we're using these domestic animals as a substitute. And so we partner with local agriculture to meet some of our goals. That's on state mitigation lands. Infrastructure maintenance, our agency maintains over 23 miles of livestock and perimeter fencing. We have over 42 livestock wells. We have multiple access points with access roads and culverts, well pumping stations, over 8 active wells on that as well, and livestock corrals. So we have a huge working landscape component to this project. We also habitat maintenance, invasive species management, and we're going to be expected to hold the line that Caltrans leaves behind for us. So it'll be our responsibility to make sure that when we reach success criteria, that we don't let the mitigation land slip back from there. We need to hold that line. Another thing that was overlooked in the mitigation monitoring proposal was wildlife on the project. And wildlife is a great indicator of a successful ecosystem, of a healthy functioning ecosystem, and the diversity that comes along with it. We have a really dynamic wildlife monitoring program with our agency currently, and will continue to. Part of our habitat maintenance is stream channel assessment and maintenance. Outlet Creek, Davis Creek, Berry Creek, these are all tributaries to the Eel River. These are all coho-bearing streams. So we do stream channel assessments every year and work hand in hand with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to do maintenance that's going to allow those to continue to be salmonid friendly waterways. And then we do community outreach. We offer public tours on these mitigation lands. We don't have unfettered access for the public on these lands, but we do allow for people to come on get educational tours to learn about wildlife, to learn about migratory birds, and to learn about mitigation. So here's a couple pictures of some of these two high-profile plants on the left. Is the North Coast semaphore grass Pleuropogon hooveranus. Although it's not endemic to the valley, there are probably the largest populations exist in the Willits Valley. There are a few other indications of it outside. But Baker's meadowfoam Linanthes bakeri is endemic to the Willits Valley. It does not exist anywhere else that we're aware of. So this plant is incredibly important to the project. This is its last stand right here. So we're charged with making sure that it continues to thrive. And again, when we talk about wildlife, we talk about the absolute diversity and incredible amount of wildlife that use this project. We have beavers along Outlet Creek. We have elk. These are some of the wildlife crossings that our agency installs. When the infrastructure was installed initially in the planning, wildlife wasn't considered, so we went back and retrofitted 23 miles of fencing to accommodate for easy passage for our Thule elk herd, which are also native to California. Black-tailed deer, river otters. We have lots of reptiles and amphibians. This is a newt. Red-winged blackbirds, tens of thousands of migratory waterfowl and migratory raptors use this valley on the Pacific Flyway, as well as for wintering grounds. The north end of the valley and the wetlands that we showed in the initial video, it can be home to over 20 to 30,000 waterfowl in the wintertime. And then, I don't know if I can get this for you. This is one of our wood duck boxes. This was provided to us by the California Waterfowl Association. We have multiple boxes on the project now. And this was some of our staff worked really tirelessly to get good footage. We produce a blog, a weekly blog, and we have a YouTube channel and website that we publish these wildlife photos. I'm showing this to you now because success criteria has been difficult to meet on this project, but the incredible diversity on this project needs to be considered with the wildlife, how rich this environment is and how important it is to the valley and how much of a functioning wetland and incredibly important it is. So some of MCRCD's partners currently and in the future, we work with the city of Willits. The city wastewater ponds are also rich for wildlife with migratory birds, and we've partnered with the city manager to allow our tours to expand onto those city ponds. The Willits Environmental Center, who was one of the strongest proponents of this project when it was implemented, has since come out and seen the wonderful work Caltrans has done and has been really impressed and has understood the value of this type of work, this type of mitigation work. We're working with Trout Unlimited to allow for water monitoring. They're moving some of their projects into the Willits Valley to improve Davis Creek, Outlet Creek, and to improve some of the salmonid habitats up through the incorporated and unincorporated areas of the valley. Cal Poly Humboldt is beginning a study to understand the impacts of grazing on these mitigation lands and the impacts they can have and the benefits they can have. And we also partner currently with the Sherwood Band of Pomo Indians. We also have an agreement to allow them on there, come on and do water monitoring for grant funding that they have. Our agency, though, has a long history of partnering with local tribes. We work with all the tribes in Mendocino County, and we would like to expand that beyond there. And then any questions from any of the panel, we'd be happy to take them. Sure, Greta.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you to MCRCD and to Caltrans. I think transportation projects, especially large ones like the Willits Bypass, can be controversial. The bypass certainly was because of the fears of economic damage or environmental damage. And clearly the success of this massive mitigation project speaks to the fact that we can compensate for damages that are done by transportation projects. I wish more people in Willits knew about the successes out there on the mitigation lands. It's something we should all be celebrating. So thank you all for your hard work.
Okay. Thank you. Sure, John.
Yeah, I'd like to second that. And certainly, you know, the fauna that is going on in the valley there is really remarkable. And I don't think people realize that we didn't have elk there or beaver, or I even heard there was mink spotted just recently.
We have cougars on videos, black bear, everything.
Right. So all these animals are coming back to places they hadn't been for many decades. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And they do a great blog every week. They put out a little video about what's going on. and it's really spectacular.
I have a quick question. I think it was about the meadowlands. So you talked about there was a problem and an issue with the non-native weeds that are growing in that area. Is that because they're detrimental to some of these species that you're trying to save? And so how do you keep them from coming in?
So the non-native pasture grasses have been there forever. This used to be grazing land, and so they've been there for as long as grazing has been around. And so they're very well established. The problem is they outcompete some of those native wetland plants, and the cover of those native wetland plants are what we are being charged to increase that cover on those. And so these non-natives kind of prevent that, just because that they're so aggressive, and they tend to outcompete a lot of those non-native species. So, unfortunately, no, this is Little Lake Valley for a reason. It floods every year, and so even if we were to completely eradicate a species in a season, it likely would come back in with the flooding that happens yearly on the mitigation lands. So.
I have a quick question, follow-up question for you, Chris. Just on I know you covered it quickly, but just a little more on the challenges of Army Corps of Engineers, how that impacts the project.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Maureen was touching on that some, and I think what she was trying to answer with your question, it's a percent cover issue. So some of the success criteria is when they look at an area that Maureen's team has done work on, they come in and they measure what percent cover is native and what percent cover is non-native. You move out of these establishment areas and it's almost Alopecriс pratensis, meadow foxtail. It's like a blanket. And these were grasses that things like the NRCS, National Resource Conservation Service, the Farm Service Agency, decades ago, we promoted these seed mix in these areas. This is a problem that we created. But I think that it's the problem in the Army Corps is it's an unrealistic expectation, some of the percent cover requirements that were agreed upon. And I think that's like,
Yeah, and just to kind of take that a little bit further, the Army Corps has their own mitigation rule, and typically they apply that to most mitigation projects. This was an outlier in that they did not apply the mitigation rule. So we have a higher bar to meet. And so the proposal that we submitted to them late last year was to try and get them to come back to their own mitigation rule, and they rejected that proposal. So we feel confident that we can address that issue with the Army Corps by year 10. So we're optimistic that it won't come to needing to provide them with more mitigation.
Thanks, Maureen, and just want to say great presentation and great job.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I see we're a few minutes over schedule right now. I'm wondering if we could try to we have a break scheduled for 20 minutes ago. I was wondering if we could try to get back at 2:55, which would give us enough time for a break.
Yes, so we'll join back up. There are cookies in back, there's waters in the cooler, and restrooms are out these doors and towards the back of the building.
I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the project manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans local partnership program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years. I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the project manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans local partnership program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years. I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the project manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans Local Partnership Program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years.
And I was informed afterwards that Caltrans has requested a grant for a feasibility or for a study along 128. So there is something being planned. All right, and then with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Rig Larson from Mendocino County Department of Transportation to talk to us about what's going on with the county.
Well, thank you for having me here today. Thank you guys all for showing up and taking the trip. So let's see, I guess we got this clicker here. This is all about our state funded projects that we're doing at the Mendocino County Department of Transportation. I work upstairs at the engineering division. My specific role is I work with the Highway Bridge Program to maintain, upgrade, replace our county bridges on our county roads, not to be confused with the state highway system. And we have a bunch of projects that are coming in right now. So this last year, there was the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program that we applied for 2 grants for that project. And we got both of those. One is the Brook Trail Second Access Project. We talked about that. Brook Trails is a community just outside of Willits. And there's a one in, one out road that goes up there. And with concerns about fire, or even like in the wintertime when it's snowy, sometimes there's a lot of accidents at the bottom of the road. It can close down the whole road. So having a second access would be really good for Brook Trails. Redemire Road is another road that goes through the valley of Ukiah, and that serves several thousand people. There's a one-way in, one-way out on that one as well. We also have, I guess I can go through the projects here on the slideshow. So here is the Brook Trail Second Access Project. Okay, so we got $12 million for this. This is to go through the project approval and environmental documents, as well as the plan specifications and estimates. So the engineering design part of the project. We also plan on applying for the remaining funds to complete the project through the second cycle of this LTCAP grant. And then we also have the Redemire Road, same thing. It serves a large community up in the hills where the fires have been very close by the last several years. The one access into this community is over the Russian River on Perkins Street, and that bridge regularly floods out in the wintertime. So to be able to construct another route that would serve the other end of this road, connected to North State Street near the freeway on-ramp and off-ramp, would help in an evacuation, but also would help just with the general plan of the valley and circulation. Next, we have a bridge that's going into construction this summer. This is on North State Street over Ackerman Creek. North State Street is the main arterial road that runs through the valley of Ukiah, north and south, along parallels State Highway 101. This is a project where back in 2009, we widened North State Street, and this is the last bottleneck on the road. There's no sidewalks, no bike lane. It's very narrow. That doesn't stop people from biking and walking across the bridge, which is unsafe. So we will be doing this over 2 years, widening the bridge. We're also doing a full creek restoration project. Back in the 50s, they put a check dam in, an old fish ladder, and it's really caused a lot of environmental problems along this river. So we're going to be taking that out and putting in a whole series of rock pools. We're coordinating with the Pinole-Villipomo Nation, who are also doing a stream restoration project further upstream. So we'll be able to tie our projects in together. On this project, we were able to get $913,000 in CRISA funds. 600,000 of those are STIP funds. So that's allowing us to make the local match on this project. North Street, State Street intersection and interchange improvements. This is part of a larger project where we got a study to look into mitigating the traffic concerns that we have on the North State Street here at the 101 interchange. It's the busiest road in the county and the most traffic that we have in the county. And so there's out of, I think, 6 or 7 traffic circles that they have proposed to mitigate all this, all the traffic. We have 2 that are in the works right now. We have cleared CEQA. We're working on NEPA, and then we will be completing the PSNE. And then we got $16.2 million for STIP grants for this. So that will also cover the con funds. We also have our RMRA project implementation. This is this SB1 funds, the gas tax, which we use for the resurfacing, restoration, and rehabilitation projects, maintenance, corrective preventative maintenance projects. We have 1,018 maintained miles in the county. That's just the county maintained miles. It's not including those 393,000 state highway miles. In 2016, we did a needs assessment and said that it would be about 600. Actually, I think the state of California did this need assessment. Said it would be $602 million to improve the roads in Mendocino County. We will be getting on average $5.5 million through the SB1 for the next 20 years. And so we put together a long-range guidance plan, which is to focus on our most needed roads in the county, which will cover about 357 miles. On the right, you can see there's a couple years, the first year 1, year 2, year 3. What we're able to do with that is about 16 miles in year 1. We could do anywhere between 8 and 22 miles or so each year. Now, one of the things is a lot of people like to, actually, let me stop, go back. So preventative maintenance can be done, if we have more funding, we can do it sooner. We can keep our roads in better shape so that we don't have to do bigger projects down the road. We can do more corrective maintenance on our main, our more busy roads. This year we will be doing about 26 miles on Mountain View Road, which connects Boonville with the coast. It's a main thoroughfare, especially in the summertime, people going out to the coast to get out to Manchester and Point Arena. Originally, we were going to be doing double chip seal on these 26 miles, but we were able to get $2 million in STIP funds to help augment this project, which is going to allow us to do alternative. We're going to be able to do some full depth reclamation, which is where I have some slides here, I'll show you. And we're also going to be able to do some new pavement. Now, everybody wants new pavement. It's something that has become very expensive and prohibitive in costs. People like it because of the improved rideability. You can get about 20 years of life out of the road, and you can double that to maybe 40 years with regular pavement preservation treatments, but it has gotten up to about $1 million for 2 miles of road. So we can maybe do 8 to 9 miles a year out of those 1,018 miles that we have to resurface our roads. So what we do instead is we've tried some new approaches. We have recycle in place, which is where we add cement and we recycle the old road, turn it into new base, compact it down, and then we will put a chip seal over that, which helps seal it in and preserve the length of the road. We also have micro seals, which we can do over the chip seal. Some people like this because it makes the road black, and they think that that makes it look newer, but it doesn't really do much for the rideability. It's just seals a little bit more, and it adds about 10% to the cost of the chip seal, or about $100,000 per mile, depending on how many layers of seal we put on there. So what we mostly do is chip seals, which is we pour down oil, like a hot emulsion, and then we lay down chips and roll those into place. And that gets us a way to maintain our roads and keep them from completely falling apart. Some other projects we have, and this is a partnership through MCOG, is there's been a Caltrans Climate Adaptation Planning Grant, and this is to look for, to put together an impact study with the sea level rises. So this is hopefully will be awarded if we get it in 2024. And this is, like I said, to address the needs that we have of our roads, falling into the ocean, being eroded by climate change. These pictures here are Point Cabrillo Road, which I believe will be part of the tour tomorrow. We'll take a look at this. This is to develop, a feasibility study. My understanding is about 15 known locations that are that are threatened. About 5 will be very focused in and looking at, and we'll try to develop this. Like I said, there's a final report of prioritization and feasibility for this project. And this is a website that you can go, and my director put this on there as a good resource to find more information. So any questions, comments?
I was just going to make a comment. Coming from Samuel County, which we have about 450 miles of county roads, and some might call it the pothole capital of the world. I can really appreciate your presentation and how difficult it is to keep on top of it. As you tiled your big responsibility on a small budget, and that's often the case in these small counties. I was a county supervisor for a short time, and by far and away the number one phone call I would get would be on potholes and why the hell we can't take care of our roads. But we also, where we can use chip seal, like you said, it's much less expensive. But I appreciate the challenges that you face, and it sounds very familiar. So thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to bring attention to the first project you talked about, which was the Sherwood Road second access route. And for the commission, I really want to thank you for the $12 million for the planning and design part of that, and also for the Redemeyer Road. But the Brook Trails Sherwood Road one, there's about 6,000 people who live in that area. And it was designated by the governor as one of the top 13 at-risk communities, like Paradise, because of the one-way in, one-way out nature of it. And so really to start this process is very important. It's been talked about for 50 years, and now we have some funding to start moving it forward. So really, thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Rig. Couple things I wanted to add. Just one, the study to look at cliff erosion. It is a submitted grant. We have not received approval of that yet, but we've got our fingers crossed because we know it is an important issue that we need to look at. And then something I wanted to mention, the roundabout project that he mentioned in the Ukiah area. That project has taken us 10 years to get enough money to fund construction. So just want to make that point that it takes us a while to get to the point where we can actually fund these things. All right, so from that, we will move on. This next section of our agenda, we're going to have presentations from our incorporated cities, and then MCOG staff is going to talk a little bit about a couple of our projects. And so we have Chantel O'Neill, Assistant Director of the Engineering Division with the City of Fort Bragg, Dusty Julie, Community Development Director with the City of Willits, and Tim Erickson, Director of Public Works with the City of Ukiah. So up first, we have got Chantel.
All right, thank you, Nafili, for the introduction. And I guess I just want to start by welcoming you all to the beautiful city of Fort Bragg. Hopefully you'll have some time to stay, recreate, and really enjoy the region. So make sure I get this clicker going. So just for an introduction for the city's engineering team, we're a team of 7 individuals. I manage 5 of them. I have a public works director and then myself. There are 2 assistant city engineers, 2 engineering technicians, and an administrative assistant. I'm the primary responsible person for the implementation of transportation projects, but like many small agencies, we all have numerous roles that we fill. And we couldn't be successful with the implementation of our very large capital improvement program without all hands on deck. So this fiscal year's street maintenance and traffic safety capital improvement program is about 15% of the city's total capital project cost. That comes in at about 4.4 million of a $30 million CIP. So for larger agencies, that doesn't seem like a whole lot, even compared to our county counterparts. We're spending $2 to $4 million per year on our roadways. So I just want to jump right into walkable city streets. Maybe before this meeting or hopefully after, you'll have an opportunity to walk around the city. The picture in the top right is our stamped crosswalks. These were installed in the early 2000s. That's about the time that the city really started focusing on walkable city streets, especially in our downtown. We also installed bulb outs in 2009 all throughout the central business district. And that's basically this 4-block corridor that sets around town hall. This past cycle 11, we were awarded 2 HSIP grants. As you can see in the photo in the top left, we have installed the bulb outs at Oak and Herald. This will be part of our tour that you'll see tomorrow. These bulb outs were installed primarily as a result of our local road safety plan. During the evaluation and stakeholder meetings, it was determined that there were multiple pedestrian vehicle collisions that happened there. Because this is a primary route on our safe routes to school. For our middle school, there were a lot of kids, between the ages of 12 and 15 that were using this route as their primary means to get to and from school. So the installation of the bulb outs basically eliminated the right-hand turn lanes, and it eliminated the students' need to kind of pay attention to the multiple options for conflict. So the reduction of those right turn lanes, as well as the reduced crossing distance, we're really hoping that this will meet the needs of that program, and we were able to do that because of that HSIP funding. So our second HSIP grant that I mentioned is also in design. This grant is going to fund a couple of things, but the primary thing that our citizens will notice and I think be really grateful for is right up here at North Coast Brewery on Pine Street. We've also had multiple pedestrian vehicle collisions, and we're going to be installing rapid rectangular flashing beacons in that location. So one other kind of key thing that we've done in the last couple of years as far as making streets more walkable, you can see down in the bottom left, as well as the plan set, which is a little small, but just kind of shows the setup. We installed bollards in 2023. So these bollards are fully removable. So right now you would be able to take your vehicle, you'd be able to drive through freely. But if we wanted to have street fairs, festivals, etc., this bollard configuration allows us the opportunity to create all kinds of different pattern shapes. So we could just do a stretch of 1 or 2 blocks. We could do an L shape or a T shape. This also sets us up well for we have 2 annual parades that come through. We have a Holiday Lights Parade and we have a Paul Bunyan Days Parade. And this has alleviated the police department's need to man those intersections, freed up them to actually do police work. So it has multiple factors as well as farmers market. So I think we've been really, really pleased with the way that this has functioned. One other key element about the way that the bollards are configured is because our city is set up on a grid system. The bollards are inside of the alleyways. So in order for us to set up detours and traffic controls, we're just able to funnel traffic down those alleyways instead of completely blocking their access to and through those areas. So the next slide here is our beautiful coastal trail. I can't take any credit for the inception or development of this project. However, I would be remiss not to highlight on just what a fantastic jewel it is for our community. The coastal trail was built in 3 phases between 2014 and 2017. About $766,000 of the trail construction was funded by ATP Cycle 3 funds. That was the South Coastal Trail. So hopefully you'll take an opportunity to check that out. It is located on Main Street at Cypress Street. So the trail itself is a 6-mile accessible multi-use trail, which includes views of beautiful coastal bluffs, and it's set between the Noyo River and the Pudding Creek Truss. Along the trail, there are benches crafted by numerous local woodworkers and specialty artisans, as well as several murals. And as far as murals go, they have become a key characteristic of the city of Fort Bragg. As you travel through the city, pay special attention to the alleyways, and you're sure to find lots of art for every taste. There's also a website that's called Fort Bragg alleyway art. Check it out. It shows all the different artists, the names, when they were established. I think a lot of our murals also have QR codes on them now. So if you want, I think you can do a little scavenger hunt, take a picture. There's several iconic murals just within this kind of 3-block area. And then continuing on with this theme of art, we also recently received a Clean California grant, and we're working on procuring art wrapped trash cans. So it's kind of a unique idea, play off of this, of the murals, but we'll be replacing all the trash cans throughout the city, the central business district, all of our parks, the coastal trail, as well as partnering with the school district to install these trash cans. But what's really neat about the art is that the cans will depict art that is developed and crafted by our art students. So the art will be performed by our middle school and high school students. Our Vice Mayor, Jason Godek, is also an art teacher. So he has been instrumental in helping us kind of facilitate and set up a mechanism to get those kids to get the art to us. So on this next slide, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our ongoing planning efforts. These pictures on the right really just reflect several of the different planning documents that we've been working on. It is our goal to, transition into complete streets, but I think like many communities, it's been slow to introduce concepts. We've seen some resistance to changes, especially like traffic circles. We did have a traffic circle that we had installed as one of our safe routes to school elements back in 2012, and we ended up removing it. And in about 2017, we just had a lot of resistance from the public on that. So it is something that we're really pushing forward. We've hosted several complete streets workshops in an attempt to really try to make sure that the public understands all the elements that these complete streets can bring, the safety, and using the statistics to help them see just how much of an improvement it could make for all modes of transportation. Also shown here is our Central Business District parking study, which our planner, Sarah Peters, who's also in the audience here, had an instrumental part in doing. This just evaluated the different parking issues is what we thought that we had in the city of Fort Bragg, but what resulted from it, and it was based on surveys and information from the public, was that we don't really have a parking problem, we have a parking management problem. And so what we found was that you can park within 2 blocks of your destination almost at any time of day. And it was interesting because, we have kind of a big city consultant, so at first we were kind of reluctant and resistant to that information. But the more I started really thinking about it, I'm like, when I come to work, when I come to town, I really can find a parking spot within 2 blocks. So I think it was really eye-opening experience. And then the last picture here is our local road safety plan. This was made possible through our partnership with Mendocino Council of Governments, and that is also what allowed us to be successful for our HSIP program grants. So following the LRSP, we're now working on the Street Safety for All, which will allow us to compete for federal money as well. And planning, these planning efforts are our initiative to maintain our competitiveness for grants and funding and improve safety and satisfaction for the use of our transportation dollars in our community. And then finally, similar to our county counterparts as they described, we do use a pavement management program to plan out our projects. We're putting out a project about every 2 years. We are also recipients of the RMRA dollars. So I think this one is my last slide here. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the way that we're using our local partnership program formulaic dollars and our HSIP funded dollars. So as Nafili mentioned at the beginning of the day today, the city does own and maintain about 26 miles of roadway. We are currently under construction with our 2023 streets project, and I know it's 2024, but our contractor came on board in about August, and our project didn't get underway until October. I'm not sure how the weather was for all of you, but here it's been a very, very rainy year. I think this is one of the first really sunny weeks we've had, so thank you for bringing the sunshine with you. Let's see. So as we take our tour tomorrow, I have given the bus driver a route, and I'm hoping that we don't meet any of our detours, but if we do, we'll use that as an opportunity to see construction underway. One of the main, so there's several pictures here that you can see, and it was really cool actually. Mateo, who is our IT person, who's been the one out here off and on helping us run all the IT equipment today, he took these really cool drone photos. So it's just great because you can see the ocean, you can really see the construction underway. But this particular project was about 2 miles of city streets total, and it's about 3/4 of the way done now. So all the asphalt is down, and we're working on striping. Right now in the Central Business District, they're repainting all of our red stamped crosswalks. So that's going to probably be the most likely construction that you'll see. And then we also have a slurry seal coming at the end of the month. So Franklin Street, all the way from Safeway up to our food bank, which is probably about 10 or 12 blocks. We did kind of really specific dig out areas, and then we're going to come back and slurry seal it now that we think we have a really good pavement base down. So the city is a self-help city. We have had our street sales tax in place since 2004, well before my time at the city. However, this last fall, I did have the opportunity to work on the renewal of our street sales tax. So at this point, we now have our street sales tax, and it will go into perpetuity. So it previously was sunsetting every decade, but this time we were able to pass it, and it no longer has an expiration date. So we're really excited about that. And then my final point here is that we are already also in design for our 2025 project and looking forward to getting that underway. And as I mentioned, this was my last slide, so I don't actually have a questions slide, but now would be the time for that.
Just curious, on your tour tomorrow, are you going down the shoulderless, narrow entrance to North Harbor?
We are going to be going down and through the harbor. And as a matter of fact, the harbor will be one of the places where we will actually get out, stop, talk, and walk. And then we'll introduce some of the concepts that we have for the multimodal project that MCOG received a grant for. So that will be on our tour.
Okay. The reason I ask is there's only one way down and only one way out. All of you, please keep that in mind.
And what's really interesting about the harbor is it's the North Harbor, at least, is kind of an island. So it's actually within the county's jurisdiction, but you can only access it from a city street. So there is a multi-jurisdictional, multi-agency project that we were able to apply for with Caltrans. So it was the County of Mendocino, it was Caltrans, the City of Fort Bragg, the Harbor District, and our Sherwood Band of Pomo for this adaptation planning grant that we're getting ready to embark upon. And Mateo, you can come out and do the next slides for us.
Great, thank you, Chantel. Yeah, we'll be talking more about Know Your Harbor in another presentation and on the tour tomorrow as well. So stay tuned for that. Up next, we have a presentation from Dusty Dooley, Community Development Director with the City of Willits.
Thank you. And before I get started, I just want to take a moment to really acknowledge Phil Dow here, the former director of MCOG. Phil, I don't know if you remember, but you've done more for recognizing transportation improvements in this county than pretty much anybody, probably anybody. And I want to say that I'm grateful. Exactly. And I'm so grateful that you're able to hand the baton to Nafili, because you are awesome in your own way. And thank you for getting us all together, you and your staff. So very appreciative to see the California Transportation Commission members here. Thank you for making the journey up. And as the director, community development director for the city, one of my favorite things to do is help the city spend your money. And so what I'd like to do is just give you an overview on two projects where that's exactly what we're doing. So the first one is the City of Willits Rail with Trail project. This project we were awarded $6.3 million through the ATP program to construct a 1.6 mile long, 10-foot wide, ADA compliant class 1 trail within the Great Redwood Trail Agency, aka Railroad Right-of-Way. And I want to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this project for our little city of Willits. This was absolutely a missing community resource. This isn't a situation where we needed another one or to add on to an existing. There is no trail to jog on. You don't get to take grandma on a nice walk in a wheelchair. We do not have a safe pedestrian bike route from the south end to the north end of the city, vice versa. And you know, again, to emphasize that point and the connections that are being made with this incredible project, we have things like the hospital at the southern end of our trail. We have the California Conservation Corps, their campus is becoming live within the next year. We're going to have 100 Corps members right up against the southern end of the trail. Of course, we have residential subdivisions, including senior housing at the south end of the trail. At the north end of the trail, we have the high school, the college, the library, our city parks. We have our recreational ball fields. So the connections that are being made with this trail, the value of this project to our little community, I can't emphasize and thank Caltrans and the CTC enough. And it's also important to note that although this is our trail within our community, this is part of the overall envisioned Great Redwood Trail that will extend from Marin County all the way up to Humboldt County, basically the Bay and Eureka there. So this is a updated timeline for our project. We really got going in 2021. We've completed an environmental review pursuant to CEQA. We're at 95% design. We've received conditional permits from CDFW and expect to have our 401 and 404 permits in hand shortly from the Water Board and the Army Corps of Engineers. We are in the process of getting approval from the CPUC for our various crossings, and then finally our encroachment permit from GRTA. And with that right-of-way clearance completed, we'll be eligible and expect and hope to seek allocation of the construction funds from the CTC as soon as June. And I think more importantly in this timeline is if you look at the very top, it was 2006 with MCOG's leadership that we kicked off this regional bikeway plan, and that's at least the first time that this Willits Rail Trail was identified, and that vision, that community desire is really what led to this moment. So I want to emphasize the importance of going through these planning processes, the leadership of MCOG and the community involvement from the city of Willits. And it is unfortunate that it can take some time. But I'm grateful to be at a point where we're looking to begin construction or at least get the project out to bid later this year with an expectation to finish construction in 2026. Trail improvements, solar powered lights, security cameras, fencing, gateway treatment areas, landscaping, public art benches. There's some enhanced safety crosswalks as well. This is a conceptual showing the trail as it crosses over East San Francisco Street here in Willits. Just a couple things to point out. We do have to have a 9-foot separation between the center line of the tracks and the fencing. So that does give us a little bit of limited room to do things like gateway treatments. And what you're seeing there is a 42-inch tall chain link fence. I wanted to point this out too. Again, emphasizing the importance of this project. This is at the northern terminus of the planned trail up against East Commercial Street, and it's so sad to witness people trying to bring a stroller or a wheelchair across these tracks. And this project that the CTC and Caltrans funded is actually going to complete an ADA crossing along those tracks. and make that connection to Commercial Street, which actually leads right into our downtown and our main street. So I wanted to emphasize that part as well.
I had a question specifically on that because we are having some issues about people crossing tracks with wheelchairs and strollers. So I would love to follow up with you on that. And also on these walking trails, how you're handling now that there are a lot more motorized bikes, motorized scooters, and some people see these trails as like, yeah, I'm gonna ride really fast in my, mountain bike. How are you making sure that there's sort of the slow lane, the fast lane, et cetera?
That's a good point, and I don't know that we are yet.
Okay. Yeah.
Good luck with that, by the way.
I mean, it's a big issue we're all dealing with statewide. So I'd love to, find out any, best practices that are happening.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that question and bringing that to my attention. Hopefully we'll have some good solutions to share with you. Thank you. So there have been some challenges. Other people have heard me say that I could probably write a book called the twists and turns of building a straight trail. Probably at no surprise, one of the biggest challenges has been the increase in costs and materials and labor. So for instance, since our city engineer came up with an estimated budget in 2019 to include in our grant application to 2013, when we completed cost estimates based on 95% designs, construction costs went up over $3 million. And, I was looking at that original plan that was done in 2006, and there was actually an estimate in there for construction, and it was $1.7 million. So I think on the earlier slide, you saw that the State Coastal Conservancy came in and rescued the day, and we were able to obtain another $3.7 million from that agency to bridge that funding gap. So a special thank you to Louisa Morris and the State Coastal Conservancy for their match with the grant as well. I also put on a challenge there, North Coast Railroad Authority to the Great Redwood Trail Agency transitioning. That was happening right as we were kicking off. And again, Mitch Stugner and NCRA were incredible supporters of the project, and the Great Redwood Trail Agency and their group, Elaine Hogan, Louisa Morris again, have also been excellent and have done everything they can to support this project. But there was, as that transition happened, we had to pause a moment so that the new crew could come on board and identify the proper process to go through with them. I also have on here state permit agencies are really good at their job, and that might be perceived as a blast, but it's not. What I'm intending to try to articulate there is they have an important job to do, and they're very good at it. And it's taken a little bit of time and some additional communication to address their concerns, get into some of the nuances. I used to say that effective communication was a two-way street. Now I say effective communication is a roundabout. And that's exactly what happened. There were some extra meetings on site, Zoom, you name it. And again, through that communication, coming to understanding, we have been able to navigate that, but it did take a little bit longer than planned. I was grateful that the Great GRTA staff was present for that, and I think it's something that they're a little bit more aware of, that they need to have some proactive communication with the state agencies as they continue to work on recognizing that trail. And again, as usual, there was an incredible amount of partnerships that had to occur in order to us to get to that point. So I certainly wanted to acknowledge them as well. So we got lucky again, or created our own luck. I understand only 18% of applications throughout the state got funded, and Willits got on the list again. So there's Again, wanted to say thank you on behalf of Willits. We received over $2.7 million to improve our public spaces, including our Main Street and our public parks. We've got a bunch of non-infrastructure funding too to have some fun with the community and clean up some of our areas. Here's a more specific list of those improvements. You know, and again, right, like you see a basketball court on there and you think, oh yeah, another basketball court for Willits. We do not have a full court basketball court for people to play on. We have a little one in our park, and I've seen City League teams playing on, you know, our little basketball court that's smaller than a standard half court size. So again, these are missing amenities that are going to greatly improve the quality of life for our community there in Willits. So some of the improvements are going to go towards solar street lights and a banner over Main Street to promote our downtown and local events and whatnot. And these were improvements that were identified in our Willits Main Street Corridor Enhancement Plan. Brag about us a little bit. We won an American Planning Award for that effort, and Caltrans funded that too. So very grateful for the support that Caltrans has showed our little community. And that little art graphic down below, that is a local artist with the help of the high school students is going to be putting that on one of the buildings there right on Main Street. This is just showing some conceptual drawings of a pavilion that's going into one of our city parks. We're envisioning it to be used by the farmers market, support birthdays, other community events, otherwise provide some good shade. Just an incredible amount of improvements that are going to be happening in Willits, and I'm so grateful because the community, that you can see them, you can digest them, they're right there for you, and it's just going to create a lot of good feelings for our little community. This is a fountain in Babcock Park, so I don't have great photos. But at one time in its glory days, that fountain would go 10 feet wide, right visible from Main Street. There's an arch over there. So with the gratitude from the CTC and Caltrans, we're going to be rehabbing that fountain. This is our first event of many that we have planned, making use of these funds. We have a clean canvas event planned for April 27th. Folks are going to come out, have the opportunity to put chalk to pavement. We're going to have a bunch of prizes. We have a bunch of our community partners that are going to be showing up with booths. Caltrans District 1 local assistants will be there. They've been great to work with. That's an incredible staff. Can't say enough good things about their assistance with all of this. And so we're looking to have fun with the community on April 27th. So again, I just want to emphasize a sincere thank you to the CTC and Caltrans for the investment in the community. Again, you can see why I say I'm having a great time helping the city spend your money. And certainly if there's any questions on that.
Question for you. It's something that we deal with on many of our projects, and you talked about our resource agencies and that they're very good at their jobs. And I'm just wondering, is there something that the commission can help you through some of our processes, through our AB 1282, which is finding streamlining opportunities to coordinate with our resource agencies that are consistent problems across the state? And I didn't know if you had any of those issues that maybe you wanted us to take back to think about and ponder. And if you don't have it now, yeah. Tim and John, my engineers, are in the audience.
Yeah, I don't have anything right off the bat, and I appreciate the opportunity to answer that. And I probably will think of some suggestions later. But one thing that does come to mind, and this was relevant to the ATP grant that we received, and I think it was something that started in cycle 4, which we competed for and got. But there was a technical assistant for disadvantaged communities opportunity that was provided for, and we received that. And that's why you saw the local government commission and the Rails with Trails Conservancy, their logos on that first slide. We received that technical assistance, and it was invaluable and really kind of helped put a leg up for us. And I don't want to sell staff time short, because staff played a big role in that, but I was very grateful for that opportunity and would certainly promote maintaining that opportunity going
Well,
forward.
I appreciate that. And Teresa Vapila, who's sitting right next to my engineer, John, she actually manages the ATV program under her team.
All right, thank you, Dusty. Okay, and so next up we've got Tim Erickson with the City of Ukiah. And
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Erickson. I'm the city engineer for the city of Ukiah. And I will cut to the chase, but I do want to say the same thing that Dusty just said is Phil Dow was so important to this agency and creating, I think, sort of the connections that the cities have between themselves, and the current MCOG staff has just fallen right into that same role. And it's such a positive thing for all of us who are doing all of the million things we do in these small agencies, but yet we have to meet once a month because of them. And it makes us take a minute and eat cookies and talk about all our projects and kind of down the, the shields. And so it's just a fantastic atmosphere that's been created. And I just think that without it, we wouldn't have nearly the grant opportunities that we have. In the city of Ukiah right now, this is not part of the presentation, we have about $100 million worth of state grants that we are working on right now with four people in our engineering staff. So it is an amazing effort, and it's really because of the support of all the other agencies, working with the county, with MCOG, with everybody. It's just an amazing thing. But specifically with roads, we had the downtown streetscape, which we finished in 2021. Very similar to every streetscape project you've ever seen. We're incredibly proud of it, but it is not overly different than all the ones you've seen. That's the finished product, and it goes for about 1.5 miles right through the center of our downtown. Really transformed the look of Ukiah, repaved all the streets, did a road diet. But I think the bigger thing was at this point in time in the city, we were kind of away from capital projects. I was hiring everything out for inspection, and we waited on this grant and extended it. And let me get, that's actually the construction, which was a nightmare, as all construction is. That's the finished product. Here's the data. If you look at the funding down the bottom, state funds $2.3 million, and the total project costs were $12 million. That was totally the fault of the city that it fell so far behind, because it was about 10 years later when we actually did the work. But it also gave us the idea that, wow, if we get these grants, we got to get on them immediately. And we changed our approach to all things at that point to say, no, we're not, this isn't going to work. We have to immediately get on to these projects right away. Back to MCOG, what we I asked Phil at the time to help us do was to get a sales tax measure. He had done that for all the other cities. He did it for the city of Ukiah as well, but we opted to do one for police. And so we went back out for streets. We got it, and it has been literally how much can we build, how quickly ever since. So that was in 2015, and we've been going forward ever since. We are now in phase 2 of the downtown streetscape, also woefully underfunded at our fault. and that's under construction right now. That basically goes from Goby Street to Mill Street, and on the north side from Henry to Norton, and it's kind of an entryway to our existing, what we've already finished. Also redoing, and we elected to redo all the utilities, underground everything, and so all of our utility agencies, which are all owned by the city of Ukiah, are suffering because we're doing this huge infrastructure thing. But it's everybody. I don't think there's anybody who thinks it's not a great idea. It's a great idea. Here are some of the things that are. This is a cartoon of what the phase 2 will look like. It will look exactly like phase 1, although there will be center islands. And it is, like I said, it is under construction right now. State funds 1.37. This one is 10.5 million. A lot of that is the utility portion, but yeah, just undershot a hair. So then the next set of projects I want to talk about is what we used to call the rail trail. And the city has already done rail trail phases 1 through 3. And Senator McGuire was so thrilled about it that he said that that's where the Great Redwood Trail started, which I said, that's fantastic. We'll take that. So he said it all started in Ukiah. This was the opening of Rail Trail Phase 3. It is also rail with trail. So the trail is on the side of the rail. And we have now built it all the way through the city of Ukiah, minus just the southern area, which we're working on right now, which is Rail Trail Phase 4. In 2011, we finished phase 1 with a BTA grant. I don't even know if BTA grants are a thing anymore. I don't think they are. Yeah, okay. So they changed the name. And that's another one where we had 600,000 and had to come up with about $500,000, where we just undershot. So we've learned that you've got to build these things the minute you get the money. And this is Rail Trail Phase 1. Then Rail Trail Phase 2 and Phase 3 were state funded. Phase 2 was an active transportation grant. And Phase 3, there's Phase 2. Yeah, it goes over 2 of our major creeks. Phase 2 is the active transportation grant, and Phase 3 was an urban greening grant. Now, if you ever get a rail trail grant, you want to get the urban greening grant. I just hate to say this because you don't have to follow quite the same Caltrans specifications for building the trail. So it can be a little more curvy and fun. Then there's Phase 3. There we are. All happy. Project must be done. We are now on to Phase 4. And this is where I think Dusty's running into problems kind of about the agencies. Those other trails, minus the bridge part, which we had to get a specific permit for, but the CEQA, it was all exempt. We exempted the Phase 1, 2, and 3. They were right through town, very little impact, minus, like I said, the 2 creek crossings. Phase 4 is our southern portion, which builds out the entirety of the rail trail, or the Great Redwood Trail now. And that is also a rail with trail going off the side of the railroad tracks and getting into areas that aren't quite as easy as city stuff, where everything's level. And now we have areas where water's building up, and we have all the same problems that we're having with wetlands and things that just make it just about impossible to build a rail with trail outside of a very urban area. So I would say, and I know there's you have nothing you can do about this, but if it's not a actual where it's rail banked and you're putting it on top of the ballast, it is really almost impossible to get through the permitting process to do all these things. also, when the trail is up on the ballast of the railroad, it's such a better product because you're not down below, you're kind of up and seeing the views. So I think that that's really, and the Great Redwood Trail Agency is working on the rail banking. But phase 4 is 3.56 million. And that is that's out to bid right now, and we'll be building that this fall and next spring. Lastly, and to your guys' exact thing, we got into the LLP program. And so we got the formulaic money all last year for our full allotment for the 3 years before that, because our tax measure was in place. So we got $600,000, and we did one of the main streets through town, added bike lanes and buffers and all the ADA ramps. And we were like, wow, this is good stuff. So we immediately took that 600,000 and we looked at the competitive portion. And so this is the Doris Street and State Street ADA overlay bike lane enhancements. That was the 600,000 that we got. And then we went after doubled it. Okay, so then we went after the competitive one this last year. And we called it the Urban Core Rehabilitation Transportation Plan. And the state, we went after just, I think, 45% matching, and we received it. So this goes right in front of MCOG's office, so maybe that's why we got it. But it's 3 of our main streets in town, and if you want to see a cobbled street, go to Ukiah and go down Main Street, because it's kind of a cobbled street at the moment. But it's 3 of our main streets, utility work, bike lanes, all the great stuff. And we are actually, the construction crews have already been, it's already been awarded, and they're out starting that work right now. So we have learned our lesson not to delay these projects anymore, and we have not done that. And I will tell you that the tax measure and the LPP program we could not survive without them, and they literally are why our streets are not the disaster that they were just 5 years ago. Happy to take any questions. Here's the grant. Someone else put this together for me, by the way.
I would just like to make a comment that I love your downtown. As a Main Street business owner in Willits, I can only dream that someday Willits will do something as nice. We did get quite a boost from Caltrans when we had our bypass, but there's more that can be done, and I see what's happened in Ukiah as a real example. So good job.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tim. And yes, our offices are in Ukiah. We love the downtown streetscape. It is fantastic. And, you know, I asked if I should mention pavement condition index in my discussions today, and I was told, no, don't mention it. But if Mill Street, the street that, or Main Street that Tim was just talking about, if there were negative PCIs, Main Street would have a negative PCI. So we're excited for some upgrades there. All right, next, to kind of close this out, we're going to talk about some projects that MCOG is working on. And I'm actually going to start talking a little bit about the city of Point Arena. So Point Arena is the our 4th incorporated city here in Mendocino County. in my introductory slide, I showed populations, and you may have noticed Point Arena has a population. It's about 450, just 450 people. So very tiny. They have, of course, also a tiny staff. So there's no city staff here to present this today, but I wanted to go ahead and talk about at least one of the projects that they have completed there in the city. So it is at the south end of the county along our coast. If you drive down 101, you would go through it. This picture of their pier. No. All right, so a project that I wanted to talk about is their Mill Street reconstruction, sidewalk, and drainage project. This is another LPP project funded with both LPP formula, and I believe that this was the first rural project in the state to receive an LPP competitive grant. I don't know if, yes, okay. So this was very exciting to get this grant and really demonstrate the value of having a local sales tax, even though Point Arena, being a tiny, tiny city, brings in a very limited amount of sales tax revenue, but when you're able to pair that with these other sources, it pays off. So these are some pictures. Unfortunately, I don't have after pictures, but this project reconstructed the roads, it installed drainage and subsurface drainage improvements, corrected drainage problems. As you can see, the sidewalks were, in some areas, were several feet above the road level. There were unsafe driveway aprons, crossings of the driveways. And this street is a fairly short street in Point Arena, but it does provide access to some of the land that's available for housing development. So with the city completing these improvements, they were able to increase their ability to offer housing improvements on the street and increase the likelihood of infill development to take place. So this was a real improvement for the city and another example of how we have to really cobble together multiple funding sources to get something done. So that's it for Point Arena. Moving on to talk about some of the projects that we are working on. So being the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, we conduct a lot of planning projects from year to year. And so I'm going to talk about 3 projects in various stages. The Noyo Harbor study that has been mentioned a little bit, the Wallala Downtown Streetscape Project, and the Covelo State Route 162 Multi-Purpose Trail Project. So first, oh, it's cutting off the top, but that says Noyo Harbor Multimodal Circulation Plan. So this is a picture of Noyo Harbor. We will be down there on the tour tomorrow. And so it is a busy working harbor with active businesses. It's a popular destination for locals and visitors. Employees within the harbor needed better access. It's also the road. I believe that Councilmember Peters mentioned the narrow road down into the harbor with no shoulders. So you will see that tomorrow, and I might have a picture, I'm not sure. So one way into the harbor, very narrow. It is the only road into the harbor. Previously, we've done studies that looked at bicycle and pedestrian access to the harbor, but we never really talked about through the harbor. So what we're doing now is talking about all modes going through the harbor, improving vehicular flow. The harbor had gotten increasingly busy, especially during the pandemic. And so it had become unsafe with parking and cars driving through and people trying to walk. It was just too much squeezed into what in some places a narrow right of way. And then the other issue is that there's a need for being able to get out more easily in an emergency such as a tsunami from the harbor area. So MCOG worked with the County of Mendocino, City of Fort Bragg, Sherwood Valley Tribe, and Noyo Harbor District to develop a grant application, which was funded as a Caltrans planning grant application that was funded. So this The study will look at the feasibility of transitioning vehicular traffic to one-way. It will look at a new connection of North Harbor Drive to Noyo Point Road, which on the map here is the little green line up there, and we'll point that out on the tour tomorrow as well. That would be to facilitate emergency evacuation as well as circulation, and it's really the only way that one-way traffic could work is if you had a connection, of course. And having the one-way traffic would allow more room for bicycle and pedestrian and all the different modes that need to go through there. We'll be looking at opportunities for initiating transit service into the harbor, the addition of non-motorized facilities, sidewalks, bike lanes, both into and through the harbor. The project will include robust community and partner and stakeholder outreach. We'll be coordinating that to the extent possible with the Noyo Harbor Blue Economy effort that is going on right now. There's a lot going on with Noyo Harbor right now. Like I mentioned, this will be a multi-agency collaboration, and we'll be starting work next month on the plan. And we anticipate completion of that study in December of 2025.
Are any federal agencies involved in seeking out grant funding for this? The only reason I ask is I brought it up twice with our congressman. Anything you want to talk about? Both times, that's all I talked about. So I'm just curious. I mean, he's aware of it.
Okay, so well, we're not looking at. This was a state grant for the planning study, and we have not gotten to the point where we're ready to seek any sort of funding for implementation. I would imagine it could very easily be federal funding involved in implementation. There was a meeting here that the city organized last week, bringing various federal agencies together. And so we talked a little bit about that project at that meeting, but just sort of concepts at this point. So the next project is the Wallala Downtown Streetscape Project. And this is a picture showing the downtown Wallala area. Wallala is also at the southern end of the Mendocino coast, at the very southern end, almost into Sonoma County. It gets very big, it's a popular visitor destination. It also is the sort of service area, only grocery stores and important destinations for a fairly large geographic area. So it does get quite busy with both visitors and locals as well. So State Route 1 is Main Street through Wallala. Currently, there's undefined and uncontrolled parking, very few sidewalks, no bike lanes, and a lot of conflict points, which has resulted in unsafe conditions really for all modes. There were multiple community plans done over several years, and out of these community planning efforts, this concept for the Downtown Streetscape Project evolved. We first funded the project development, so environmental design and right-of-way with STIP funding, with our regional shares, our county shares of STIP funding. So construction of the project will enhance safety. It will reduce conflicts and create a sense of place. It will construct sidewalks and Class 2 bike lanes along both sides of the highway through downtown. It'll add additional crossings and enhance the crossings that are there. I think that's actually the little glimpse of crossing you can see that's got a truck parked across it. I think that's just the only crosswalk in town currently. It will install curb ramps, control turning movements. It includes radar feedback signs, and it will reduce conflicts between modes. So it'll result in a major safety improvement. This, as I mentioned, came through multiple community planning efforts. There's also been a lot of public engagement during development. So during the environmental component of this project, there were a lot of community meetings. Some of our best ever attended community meetings were during the environmental phase of this project. And that kind of engagement has continued throughout project development. We were successful in receiving an active transportation grant in 2022 to secure construction funds for the project. Construction funds then went up, and so we programmed some additional county shares of STIP funding just in the 2024 STIP. This is a Caltrans implemented project, and construction is planned for 2026. All right, so next we're going to move on to the Covelo State Route 162 multi-purpose trail project. And I mentioned that three projects in varying stages. So the first one is a project we're just starting the planning process for. Walala is a project we did the planning process. Now we're in project development. Covelo State Route 162 is a little unique. This is a project that it went through. It also came out of community plans, and it is now in construction. And this is the first construction project that MCOG has actually implemented. So I am actually going to hand this over to James Sukney, Program Manager with MCOG, who is going to talk about this project. Nope.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, this project has come out of two planning studies. The first was initiated by the Round Valley Indian Tribes in 2010, and the second was an MCOG funded one in 2012. That one concluded in the beginning of 2014, just before the ATP program had their first call for projects. And so the top ranked project priority for both of these was better pedestrian and bike access up 162. 162 connects downtown Covelo to the tribal headquarters, the tribal health center, schools, housing. And so this is a before picture. You can see the kids riding on what is not really a shoulder with 2 lanes of northbound traffic on a one-way or on a 2-lane road. So this project was funded with cycles 1 and 2 of ATP funds, some local MCOG funds, and then as the project went on, it became apparent that we were short of funds, so we worked with Caltrans and the CTC, and we had 2 rounds of complete street funds added to this project to make it whole. Construction began in 2023 in May, and we hope to have it constructed in October of this year. We shall see. So just a little bit about Covelo. Nafili sort of mentioned earlier that it is at one extreme end of the county. And so you can see Point Arena is at the bottom where she mentioned, and Covelo is behind me up there on that map. It's geographically isolated. It is home to the Round Valley Indian Tribes, which is a confederation of 6 individual tribes. There's some quick demographic info there to show that the MHI is relatively low compared to the state. Healthcare, a lot of people up there don't have it, and employment rate is a lot lower than the state average. This is a little map and description of the project. Overall, it's 2 phases, about 2 miles of trail, 1.5 miles up 162, which is the red and most of the green. Then an east-west section connecting 162 to Henderson. You can't really tell, but at the bottom of Henderson, there's a couple little flags there. Those are the schools. And so it's an alternate route for them to go with less traffic because there's some traffic issues on the local roads in town as well. About 60% of this project is on tribal lands. And so we've had a lot of coordination with the tribe up there to get this thing passed. Phase 2 up in the red does have a 240-foot pedestrian bridge that spans over Mill Creek. And that is one of the last pieces to go in this year. We've had some challenges. Most projects in rural areas have challenges compared to their urban counterparts. There's a higher likelihood of endangered species, whether it's plant, animal, wetlands. As you can see up in the top left, we have some wetland problems. Also, more tribal and cultural resources. We were able to avoid the known areas. We did have an inadvertent discovery on non-tribal lands, which caused about a month delay last year. And so this is just some quick drone footage starting at the north end. Well, it's only part of it. It doesn't actually show the whole thing. Apparently I grabbed the wrong video clip. Whoops. So here we have the casino. It's one of the last pieces that is not complete. The east-west section is right here, just south of the casino and the gas station, and it approaches town. What is missing from this photo, and I apologize, from this clip, is the north half of the project, which spans over the creek, and it shows the 2 acres of wetland mitigation area at the very northern terminus. There are about 250 newly planted oak trees that were planted to mitigate the ones that were taken out for this project. And the 2 photos on the left are part of the east-west section. The drone footage doesn't cover any of that. Those little brown spots on the top picture, those are newly planted baby oak trees. And there's an example of one of the, I believe, 6 different seating areas along the path that people can stop and rest. And so this little clip over here on the right actually shows somebody using it. And so you can see that they're actually offset from there. The cars go by rather quickly. In talking with our RE, this was captured within about half hour, and people are using it all the time. Director Haschek has talked to people up there since that's his district, and there's a lot of usage on the trail. I think that's all I've got. Oh, let's play it again. Why not? There we go. Questions or comments on any of that? Awesome.
I feel like I'm talking too much today, but I just wanted to let the commissioners know who haven't possibly been to Covelo. It's probably one of the most isolated areas in our county, and in my mind, one of the most beautiful in all of California. It is extremely impoverished, but it has a great deal of pride. And to have state funds to help build a trail like this that truly does improve safety exponentially is exceptional. And it's something that I hope you all can be proud of helping fund. It is one of the greatest achievements in Mendocino County history, I think. And just, I can't say thank you enough for building this trail, for helping make this happen.
I will say one thing. Earlier, Director Taylor asked Dusty about motorized bikes. That is not something we considered on this trail. We considered ATVs and 4-wheel trucks because Covelo is unique, and law enforcement, while they do patrol up there, there's not a huge presence, and so people sort of do as they please if they want to have some fun. And we had, during construction, they had to go and regrade some of the path before it was paved because some people took their 4-wheel trucks and went across it. And so we went round and round with Caltrans for a bit, and finally they agreed to let us install steel bollards. And so between that and some carefully placed boulders, we hope to at least mitigate most of that. Electric bikes, they're just going to have to hopefully watch out for everybody. So.
All right. So I'll just add, thank you for your kind words about the project, Director Connie. We are really proud of this project too. It has been, like I said, this is the first time we've implemented a construction project. So it has been a challenge. We wouldn't have been able to do it without support from our partners at Caltrans District 1. They have really been instrumental. Of course, support from CTC staff, our partnership with the Round Valley Indian tribes, and just support from the community in general up there. It's been, I think the project has been really well received, and people really see the huge safety benefit of this project. So in spite of all the challenges, we're really excited to have it implemented and almost finished and see people using it. So let's see, up next we have a presentation on transit and zero emission vehicle conversion. And speakers in this presentation are Janet Orth, MCOG Deputy Director and CFO, Bob Butler from the Mendocino Transit Authority, James Sickney, Program Manager again, and Captain Thomas O'Neill from the Fort Bragg Police Department. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Janet to get that started.
Thank you, Nabili. Wow, well, it's an honor to be with all of you today, and now I can see all of you too. And it's been a very educational day, and we're on the home stretch now. We're almost there. So I could talk about zero emission vehicles, ZEV stuff all day, but I'm just going to use my 5 minutes to just give kind of some highlights, some background on where we are with this and what's been going on in Mendocino County. So the transition to zero emissions has picked up a lot of momentum in recent years. California and the United States have very ambitious goals. And we in Mendocino County want to do our bit, you know? In fact, we've been early adopters. We've been leading the way, you know, for quite a long time. I think that the locals in the room know what I'm talking about. You know, we stopped offshore oil drilling off this coast, remember? So a lot of us have been on this path for decades, really a long time. People have been living with solar energy for many, many years, have grown up with it even. So, but now that the technology has gone mainstream in rural areas, we're kind of trailing behind now a little bit. So, MCOG though has been doing a lot of ZEV planning from the 1990s to the present, and doing readiness plans, feasibility studies, community engagement, all that kind of thing. So one result, and I'll advance this slide. One result of all that has been that we took the lead in forming this North State ZEV working group. And that's now one of the 2 working groups under the North State Super Region. That's something filled out here, helped start up of the 16 counties in the north part of the state. And you know, some of you might have heard my talk a year ago back in April at the Super Region Town Hall. I recognize Commissioner Bradshaw and Commissioner Eager were at that one. And since that time, we've been through the first cycle of the NEVI funding. That's the Federal National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. And so that's been rolling out. And we've learned a lot since that time. I won't spend a whole lot of time on that, but there are some key points out of that. There are some issues we have in common. We're checking a lot of boxes as disadvantaged communities, DACs as they're called. And so we do lack certain resources. For example, staff capacity. You know, hardly any of us, our local government agencies, have the staff to even apply for these grants, and let alone to deliver one of those projects. So it's a big lift for our small staffs around here. So another is the power grid capacity, you know, is kind of lacking in a lot of areas. We don't know if it can handle, you know, these fast chargers on the freeways and things like that. And broadband connectivity is another issue that's spotty in areas or lacking in certain parts. I know there's a lot of people working on that. There's a coalition that's working on that very hard. So investments are being made. You know, we're not just waiting for the money anymore. The money is flowing now, right? So now it's a question of competing for and being able to capture these federal and state funds. The state also has some big investments they're making in clean transportation. So what we need now is technical assistance. And fortunately, the Energy Commission right now is contemplating a solicitation on providing technical assistance, not just for grant writing, but also for actually managing these projects. So we're really grateful to see that. In fact, comments on that solicitation are due tomorrow, and I plan to submit a letter. So if you look at a map of the super region, the 16 counties in the north part of the state, you'll see kind of there's a sort of blank area where the charger aren't. And we still only have 1% of the public and what they call shared private EV chargers. That's probably like Tesla and things like that. In the state of California, they recently announced a big milestone. There are 100,000 electric vehicle chargers in California, and we still have 1,200, so 1.2%. So working on that. So equity is an issue, and that's one of the 4 pillars of California transportation policy. I'm not going to lecture the commission on this. You're very aware. Not everybody knows that. But safety, equity, prosperity, climate, those are the 4 main areas. So equity is a big thing now. It actually, includes rural areas, right? So it's not all about population. It's also about road miles. It's about our tourism economies, interstate commerce. So it's important that we be able to keep up with this transition. So over the last 8 or 10 years, MCOG has been able to partner with entities inside the county for EV charger installation. So, we have some accomplished.
And so this group is sort of just, brainstorming with how we can get through this. We also closed a gap between Humboldt and Mendocino counties recently.
Humboldt Transit is now providing service down to Ukiah. So there's now streamlined service from Oregon on down to Ukiah, then from there down Santa Rosa, and then they can connect to the Bay Area if they want to. One thing we also started doing was holding annual symposiums. There are larger statewide conferences where transit agencies get together, but those are hard to reach for some of the much smaller agencies like Trinity Transit, stuff like that. And so this is a little more rural, closer, not as expensive, and focuses more on rural issues. And I think that's all I've got. Maybe. Bob?
Hello, my name's Bob Butler. I was with Mendocino Transit Authority for the past 42 years. Seen a lot of a lot of different things. We've taken the approach to go electric and use the current technology to provide transportation for our local cities. Okay. This is the approach we've taken with current technology to meet the mandates of ZEB and the 25% of our fleet capacity that we're required to meet. We have 2 fully electric buses in Willits, city of Willits. We have 3 more cutaways similar to those on order. We have 1 35-foot electric that will be doing downtown city of Ukiah local route, and 4 more 35-foot buses on order to also fill in to do the complete city of Ukiah routes. We've constructed solar canopies and solar on our maintenance facility. The infrastructure is an issue for us right now. Switchgear being the main problem. Until we get the switchgear issue worked out here in Fort Bragg and in Ukiah, we are on hold for implementing any more service other than what we have going on in Willits right now. We have looked into possibly hydrogen fuel cells. There doesn't seem to be much movement on the bus industry side themselves, and the infrastructure on that down the road, possibly for our longer distance routes. It's very difficult to do any of these projects in the rural area that we're in because there's big facilities that take on massive projects, and there's us in a rural setting, and nobody else has done it for us to be able to compare or work with in the size facility that we are. And trying to work all of the issues that come up in a rural setting is very difficult. But we're managing, we're working with state, federal, and local monies. And that's where we're currently heading. Guess that's about it for me. Well, the Willets, that's our current Willets yard. It's kind of small. We've installed the two shelters or the two chargers. And we have two buses. The service itself in the city of Willets is fully electric. We we switch the buses out midday, so the buses are out in the morning. One bus is out in the morning, one bus is out in the afternoon, so that their charging and their range capability is taken care of that way. Range is an issue. The 35-foot buses will work fine for our routes in Ukiah, for the local routes. They work fine for the city of Willets. And the three that we have on order right now that are comparable to the ones that we have in Willets will be coming to the city of Fort Bragg for the local route here in the city of Fort Bragg. Like I said, until battery technology improves, which we're hoping on, or fuel cell and hydrogen for our extended routes, our coastal routes and stuff that go long distances each day. We're going to make electric work for 3/4 of our runs. Any questions? Pandemic hit hard. I would say that they're half full now. It's growing back to where it used to be. It's a struggle because people still don't want to sit next to somebody that's coughing or somebody that might be sick and have germs. That's the issue that we're dealing with. We put up logos on the side of the bus because we do scrub them down each daily, and each time they come into the fuel island, they're sprayed down with a disinfectant that kills the virus. And you're just trying to educate the public as best you can.
The fare box recovery ratio has never been that outstanding here in Mendocino County. It's hard to get the public to it's not an urban area, so public transportation, but I know that because I was on the board for 12 years. My question is, there was a time when you had to buy a fleet of electrical vehicles. You couldn't just buy one vehicle or two, and that was a struggle when we were trying to get them going way back when. You had to partner with another city to buy a fleet, and it was difficult to find. So my question is, are you able now to, with everything that's changed, purchase one single vehicle or two? I mean, is purchasing a vehicle a problem like it once was?
It's no longer really an issue like it used to be. We used to have to partner with other organizations and go off of their contracts because we weren't big enough to write our own contracts and go out to bid the whole thing. There is now a group that we're a member of, which is CalAct, that goes out and does this bidding process for all the transit agencies that are involved in their organization.
That's great.
And we're able to pick and choose off of the contract that they went out to bid for.
And one final question of maintenance, because you're involved with that, obviously. Is the maintenance of EVs a lot easier on your staff and on your maintenance crew than, or is there a difference, or do you notice a difference?
Well, I am retired. I am here representing Mendocino Transit Authority because I started this project many years ago. Training they're again in a real situation. We're relying on the bus manufacturers and what is available to us is an issue because they've implemented all of the technology in the buses and even the vehicles that are fully electric and haven't really thought about the infrastructure side of it or the training side of it at all. That is an issue. We're trying to pull in as many of the manufacturers that we can and get everything that's available to us. There is courses that are being developed right now that will allow us to be able to take them over the internet. It is an issue. The other thing's an issue is the two buses that you see, one of the ones in this picture right up here. The company went bankrupt and went out of business. Buses are only a year and a half in their warranty. So now they have no warranty. The batteries have no warranty. And that's another problem. Making sure you've got a reliable company that's there. Well, you can't because none of them have been in business long enough. Whereas Gillig has been making buses for 100 years, but they don't make the smaller stuff that we need for our smaller routes. And there is nobody that's done that in this industry.
I was just going to comment. I really appreciate this presentation on, the state has incredible challenges meeting the zero emission goals. But when you come up to an area like this and you look at the north part of the state and the huge distances we're talking about, the challenges with infrastructure, whether it be for buses or for personal vehicles, are enormous. And I have to believe the acceptance rate of transitioning to electric vehicles for consumers is very, very low up here because of infrastructure and range concerns. So anyway, it's no great surprise, but it's very illuminating hearing about these issues because it is a huge challenge. And I think sometimes maybe people that are in metro areas, Sacramento, San Francisco, LA, where there's a high usage of Teslas, et cetera, they don't quite recognize the challenges that you have in these kind of areas, the rural parts of the state. So thank you for this.
Yeah, it really has been a challenge. It's opened my eyes as far as how difficult it is to try and do something, how many hoops that you have to go through. PG&E is not the easiest corporation to work with. And I'm sorry, I had to say that. And the supply chain. The supply chain is really an issue. It's not just something that somebody says, oh, it's on the supply chain side, and everything is blamed on the supply chain side. It really is an issue. The switchgear has currently been on order for 9 months. And they don't have an exact date yet, sometime in July, hopefully. So it's an ongoing project and we're battling through it, but we're going to make it.
I don't know if you've had any conversations with the folks in San Bernardino County. They're doing some really exciting things on hydrogen fuel cells with their transit. So you might want to call them and see what it is they're doing and how they got that extra push to start looking at hydrogen.
Yeah, and there again, being rural, we don't have the availability. James is talking about putting in a plant, or not a reformer plant, but trucking it in storage in it. even the availability from Sacramento and stuff is still not readily available for this area. And the manufacturers of the buses, I believe what they're doing is they're experimenting with CNG buses and changing out the tanks and doing it that way. In the very beginning, we chose not to go with compressed natural gas and took the clean diesel route with the electric side of it for zero emissions. And we've stuck to that. We've put up solar panels, like I said, on the solar canopy. We have 2/3 of our maintenance facility roof with solar panels on it. We will meet our 25% goal. And I will say this. The vehicles that are, the 2 buses that have been at Willits, even with having special pricing with PG&E, because that is just our commercial lot there. We didn't go through PG&E with any programs like we are in Ukiah and Fort Bragg. Electricity is costing us about 1/3 the cost of gasoline to run the buses. Current gas prices, which is great. I mean, I never would have thought it penciled out like that, but it does. With the timers that I put on the chargers so that they only charge after midnight. Any other questions?
Well, thanks, Bob, and we hope you enjoy your retirement.
I am going to. Thank you.
And now we have Captain O'Neill from Fort Bragg Police Department.
I have no clue why they put me at the end of this 4-hour presentation, but I appreciate you for being here, and I will be quick, and I talk fast all the time, not just because it's hot in here. I'm here on behalf of Chief Neil Cervenka, who's at a conference right now with our city manager, Isaac Whippy, so he asked me to do this. This was his brainchild and his true passion, and I think he has pulled it off amazing, and I'm not just saying that because he's my boss. As of right now, we started this in fall of 2022. We decided we were going to move over to EV completely for our patrol fleet. First 4 trucks arrived in early 2023. We are now at 50% of our patrol fleet. That's our active patrol fleet out on the streets. Highest miles is now EV. Our 5th truck is it's arriving fully outfitted in the next 2 weeks, so we'll be at 62%. Challenges we ran into, cops hate change. Our patrol staff said no. My chief thought everybody was going to want to get in these trucks, and we assigned vehicles by seniority, and the least senior guys ended up with them for the rotation because the senior guys didn't want to get out of their old gas-powered cars. By the time we got to that second rotation, more of our senior guys were going into them, and we could see the transition. Other challenges we had, kind of like Bob was talking about, we weren't prepared for training. My chief sent me and a mechanic to pick up the first 2. We did a round trip to Sacramento, drove back. I coasted it down on about 10% using the regenerative braking, coming down 20, pulled into the parking lot. The chief checks it out, and he goes, "Where's the charging cables?" So they were back in Sacramento. We had enough to get over to a charge point card. But we are now, Chantel will talk a little bit about the infrastructure here in a minute. We're running them off of 220 coming out of the building. We have 2 plugins. We run 4 of them. I'm also the emergency manager for the city of Fort Bragg. We got laughed at a lot when we got these. What are you going to do? Stop in the middle of a pursuit? You're going to run out of electricity doing this? You're going to stop and charge all the time? We've had 0 issues. In fact, when I bring up the emergency manager thing, we have a 300-gallon tank out back. I did the math last time when we had our last power outage. I can run all 4 of those trucks 24 hours a day on our propane for about 14 days straight without a refill. So we're seeing big productions in that. Where we are having problems is going back and forth to Ukiah. The trucks have they do the miles per gallon, kind of like your cars do, but it's miles per kilowatt. Well, if you drive around the city of Fort Bragg, it looks really, really good. As soon as you start shooting up the hill to Highway 20, all of a sudden that 100% it said you were going to have when you get there is a little different. We've learned to do that. One of the other things we found out, again, training. So you can turn off the regenerative braking on the dashboard that shows you how good you're doing. Well, all the officers like to make them really cool, and they like to take all that stuff off. Well, we realized because they had taken that meter off that was telling them how good they were doing at regenerative braking, they weren't using it well enough. So we put it back on. We're nearly 60,000 miles of testing in, maybe a little lower, closer to 50. We've been very happy with them. If we had one other thing to do, I would just say that we would not have outfitted them all at the same time because we learned a lot as we outfitted them. Last learning curve, pursuits. They do amazing. If you haven't been in one of these, Thanksgiving Day, I went out to get some Ritz crackers for the wife. I happened to see one of my officers driving by. I'm in my little Honda Passport. The officer gets behind a street bike, and I said, man, this is going to turn into a pursuit right behind me on Highway 20. The street bike took off, and that truck took off, and it kept right up with it the whole way. They're faster than our Crown Vics or our Explorers ever were. We had a lot of fears about the cops driving too fast when we got them. I am proud to say that after a year and a half, we unfortunately got our first speeding complaint last week from a citizen. They were doing 5 over on the Noyo Bridge in the 40-mile-per-hour zone. So we handled that one. The future. So actually this, I think it's the top picture right there. Both these pictures are taken by my chief. We're actually featured in the Ford calendar. If you want to swing by and grab one from the police department, I got a handful left. The future. So we're doing a complete move to EV. As you've seen on the last slide, and I think my big head was in front of it. Up there in the top, there's a Mach-E. Mateo, can you move me over a little bit? Up there in the top is the Mach-E. We just picked that up from a code enforcement grant that we got. I believe it was state funding, but Chantel's going to cover state funding. And these will be our new administrative cars we use to go back and forth to training. So we've had that one coming up now for about 4 weeks. We're fighting over chargers a little bit at this point. And so besides the future for that, obviously funding is working for us a little bit. We're finding that once we get to a full fleet of 8, we'll be saving about $40,000 a year, so about half a truck a year in savings. We are seeing, and to be on the honest side, it's eating through tires a little bit. That's something that we're watching because you've got an all-wheel drive and you use regenerative braking, going through tires a little bit faster. We've drawn some attention, my chief, to instill confidence in these. Drove one all the way down to Los Angeles and did a whole blog on the way down on Facebook. We went viral as a small city. I think we had 2.4 million reach. Strangely enough of that, tinfoil hat or not, of that 2.4 million reach that was laughing at us and saying this is never going to work. If you clicked on a lot of the profiles, there was actually nothing there. They've been made in like the last 3 days. So take that how you want on it. But we blew up on the way down. He took a bunch of videos. Go to our Facebook and you can check all those out. And I think, oh yeah, and then we just had somebody reach out. One organization, they're buying us a side-by-side ATV electric because they want to add to our electric fleet. So we found some funding for that. That'll allow us to get out on our trails down on the beach. And we're working in the planning phases of electric bikes to try 1 or 2 that we can attach to the truck so we can do downtown patrol easily, get them on and off, patrol about a shots in some of our rural areas. And with that, I'm going to transfer it over to Chantel, who talks much slower.
All right, so not only does my husband talk really fast, they also move really fast, which brings me into seconding all the things that Bob had said about the challenges with the infrastructure. So when the chief first started, he had this fantastic idea about taking our fleet all electric. I also began working with PG&E's fleet program in October of 2022. During our early conversations, they showed me a roadmap of 6 months, and here we are in the spring of 2024. And as you can see up here, I basically am at the point where I now have 100% plans and specifications for construction of the chargers that will be installing at the police department, but I too am waiting on switchgear. I placed my switchgear order about 6 months ago, and I have finally received a ship date of September 27th of 2024. So after that point, this project will go out to bid and hopefully be constructed so that we can provide some more reliable chargers for our police department. The charging infrastructure includes 4 charge point chargers with 6 ports. So there'll be 2 AC chargers and 2 DC fast chargers. And hopefully we'll be completing construction pretty quick. It'll be the end of October, early November. And that concludes my part of the presentation.
Any questions? No, it's long and hot. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, truck's parked right out here. If you want to check it out, pictures are free. 5-minute drives, $25.
Well, thanks. That concludes the presentation at today's Mendocino Council Governance meeting with the California Transportation Commission. We do have time allotted for public comment on agenda items or non-agenda items. we'd ask that speakers keep their comments down to 2 minutes and no more than 2 speakers on any one topic. So come on up. You have to speak in the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name's Dave Schbach. I'm from Walla. And as although you saw the roadway chaos scenes down there, there's more to Walla than just that. So come visit sometime. I appreciate the Mendocino Council of Governments hosting this town hall, and thank California Transportation Commissioners, their staff, and Caltrans District 1 staff for coming to visit. Thank you very much for making the journey, and welcome to this astonishing, delightful, and challenging part of California. Just a few comments, kind of riffing off of earlier things that you heard today. I'd like to compliment Caltrans District 1 on advanced mitigation and permitting responsible mitigation investments. Partnerships with conservation organizations like the Mendocino Land Trust and projects like the Saunders Landing show the tremendous potential for transportation, environmental, and recreation win-win-wins. So good job. Thanks. The South Coast is one of the few places on the Mendocino coast with a county road that complements north-south travel on State Route 1. However, Mendocino County does not maintain state of good repair that aligns with the critical transport relationship with State Route 1 between Point Arena and the Sonoma County line at Walla. Perhaps if the state were to reconsider road miles as part of the formula for maintenance funding, that might help resolve this problem. As you heard earlier, state routes are main streets in rural communities on the coast and inland in Mendocino County, delivering on the complete streets imperatives for safe and attractive pedestrian and bike mobility is challenged by relatively lower population and traffic metrics of rural communities. The needs for competent bike and ped facilities is nonetheless crucial for residents and visitors alike. The Walla Downtown Streetscape project on State Route 1 illustrates long unmet needs and perhaps even longer, equally long, planning process to gain state capital funding in the context of competing local transportation priorities. Fortunately for Walla, years of community persistence have been met by the Commission's approval of an ATP grant. Thank you very, very much for ensuring construction can move forward, and years of patient and creative support by MCOG and Caltrans District 1. Thank you all for this transformative project. And with luck and Caltrans District 1 project delivery skills, I hope to see the Walla Streetscape project in Mr. Mattioli's slideshow of successes for your next visit to the coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Is this live? Can you hear me back there? Okay. We're passing out a handout. So I want to make sure you all get a hold of that. And this is a presentation. This was created by Simon Bruce, Stuart Rogers, and myself, collaboration. And I'd like to start right now. By the way, the agenda said that we had 3 minutes and 3 people could present on one topic, and that's what we have. So I beg your indulgence on that. It's only 2 minutes each. If you turn to page 1, you'll see a large, imagine a large earthquake and tsunami hits the Casper Beach with dozens of people on it. Behind you, the campground is filled with trailers. All the homes and businesses in this picture are affected. You have 2 escape routes, one north up to Highway 1, the long route, and a second shorter one south up Point Cabrillo Drive, where you run for your life. Concrete barriers block one lane. Dozens of cars and trailers are rushing to squeeze by. The cliff gate gives way. The barriers fall to the beach. There's panic. Then you see the tsunami wave rising steadily along the cliff, rushing into the campground. past slides have had many consequences. If you turn to page 2 and 3, soil was saturated from 2 weeks of rain. Then a 2.2 earthquake hit 2 miles offshore. And a few days later, the slide occurred. Page 4 has 2 pictures. One shows the water seeps under the slide. And then you also see a rock fracture. Both of those happened this month. Powerful storms and tsunamis waves also play a role in the cliff failure. In the last 2 years, storm waves removed 100 yards of material that had fallen to the beach. This year, indulge me, I've seen 2 tsunamis hit here. One of them can easily move all the rock at the bottom. I observed the ocean from the Japanese tsunami. It came in over the road. I observed the Pacific Island volcano tsunami. Every 15 minutes for 2 hours, the water rose above the pilings in Casper Creek, which are 6 feet high. It repeatedly covered the pilings. I'm concluding. All these dynamic forces of nature work to undermine Point Cabrillo Drive. The frequency of them occurring multiplies the severity of the impact, creating a higher risk that so far we are not mitigating. And next will be Simon Bruce.
Thank you. I'll try and make up some. Okay. Thank you. My name's Simon Bruce. I'm a local homeowner in that area of Casper South. I'm going to talk about two issues, one about who's affected and why we think this is important. So there are over 300 households along Casper Drive, Point Cabrillo Drive, with over 120 campgrounds sites down in the campground on Casper Beach. And Point Cabrillo Drive is an active, regularly used route for tradespeople, school buses, county buses, and other delivery vehicles. Finally, we have submitted a petition with over 80 signatures on it to ask you for some attention on this subject. So one of our major concerns why we think this is important is public safety. Public safety is one of the issues, is the question about a tsunami on the Casper Beach. You'll see on page 6, I think it is, that there's a map of the tsunami zone on the beach, and that shows that both the campground and the escape routes that would be required from that beach zone. So there would be clearly panic and congestion if there was some emergency condition down on the beach requiring quick exiting from that area up onto Highway 1. So Point Cabrillo Drive is our emergency evacuation route, and the blockage of one direction because of the collapse of the road on the cliff on the south end of the breach is significant to our community. Additionally, there are other issues, not just tsunami, there's fires, storms, earthquakes, all of which could trigger a landslide and cause failure of that roadway in that area, increase the risk. 2 alternate exits for Point Cabrillo Drive are essential in our opinion and should be maintained. We consider this to be a very urgent and important issue, and hopefully you do too. Thank you.
Okay, same subject. My name's Stuart Rogers. I'm also a resident full-time in Casper South. Basically, the bullet points I had were pretty much covered by my colleagues. I appreciate them. So I'm going to basically come out with what we're really looking for. We're looking for basically our request to be approved for the Climate Adaptation Fund that we had helped to identify through our supervisor, Dan Jurdy, who we appreciate, and other help from Bernie Norvell, and also some coaching by Ted Williams. So we appreciate your help on that, but we request, number one, to be approved under that climate adaptation grant, and also to basically be basically be kept in the loop on what happens. We know that these things can take time, and so we want to be able to stay engaged. We want some kind of a conduit so that we can communicate, because when these things get approved, we'd like to know when it's going to be approved and what the conduit or the method for learning about the approval. We'd also like just basically to maintain transparency during the process. We're very interested in keeping the emergency concerns that we expressed allayed, and it's necessary because this is a road that was given to us by Caltrans when it was old Highway 1. Well, now we have a, certainly a much better thoroughfare, and this road, of course, needs help, and we can see that from just the fact that we're just one storm or one earthquake or one tsunami away from losing this road. It could be a disaster that could happen next year or down the road. We never know. So thanks a million. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to the coast. My name is Anne-Marie Weibel. I'm a member of Albion Bridge Stewards. I have 4 points to make. Caltrans is failing to properly maintain the Highway 1 bridges. What is especially dear to us is the historic Albion River Bridge, as well as the 7 historic bridges in Big Sur area. Furthermore, the back-to-back overlapping and very costly hundreds of millions of dollars projects along Highway 1, including but not just in Albion, for which the California Transportation Committee has provided programmed funding, but for which CTC has not provided transparent oversight, and which are now and will be mired in Caltrans' inappropriate and unsustainable projects. Also, it is critically important to engage all public stakeholders in project design from the beginning to avoid the waste of scarce taxpayer dollars. And lastly, the community's opposition to turning rural scenic Highway 1 from Gualala to Westport, including through Albion, in an unnecessary and environmentally, economically counterproductive and some unsafe speedway is not appropriate. Locals do not want to see the areas that look like war zones, like some of you might have seen around Jack Peters Creek Bridge, until they actually start and say they're going to revegetate for 10 years. That's what they said in Albion, and no revegetation happened. Tourists don't want to see that either. And I've read what tourists wrote. They're not coming back to thinking about this. There's areas south of Salmon Creek Bridge, which now Caltrans is doing a safety project, and they did a drainage project, and it seems like, okay, I thank you so much. And I want to give everybody a card. And we have several other Albion Bridge Stewards members here, and earlier today there were handouts given. So the Albion River Bridge is a state and federally listed historic bridge since 2017. Thank you.
Before I start, I want to confirm we have 3 minutes as we were promised, I hope. Okay, my name's Mary Rose Kaczorowski. I was NGO representative at the UN Commission on the Status of Women in New York recently in March. And one of the topics was poverty, alleviation, economics, transportation was one of the issues. So I'm here because I live here in this town, and we are a tourist town right now. Now, this is about for planning. I know we don't have everything set up, the infrastructure, etc. But if you're going to plan, these are things you need to take into consideration. There's no transportation from hotels north of town, Beachcomber, etc., nor Ocean Lake Adult Mobile Home or Cleone or down to the harbor. And this is for tourists, locals, or workers, caregivers, etc. The mess of traffic during the first festival at Noyo Harbor last year was a nightmare. The Cypress Ridge and South Street neighborhoods are densely packed with at least 6 senior low-income family and low-income family apartment housing complexes, several market-based townhouses, etc., etc. There's no public transit running on weekends or after 4:30. Seniors and those who have no cars or who wish to drive who do not wish to drive cannot take public transit to events on weekends or in the evening, to downtown or Mendocino Village. That means a car is needed to attend the movies, jazz and other music and dancing venues, at Piazzi Pizza, North Coast Brewing, Tall Guy Brewing, Headwinds Coffee House, events at the Fort Bragg Public Library. I could name all the businesses that would benefit from this, right? First Friday event, Symphony of the Redwoods at the harbor. There's no public transit to the evening hour clinics along Sequoia Circle, Mendocino Coast Clinic, or the hospital from the rest of Fort Bragg, Cleone, or Mendocino Village. You know, I live in a senior complex, and there's a lot of people have no cars, and the mental health of people participating in community is contingent to helping elders live a full life till the end of their days. And they're stuck there. They can't go to the movies. They can't go to the library poetry event. They can't go to X, Y, and Z. I know it's a challenge, but I think, you know, when we hear squeaky wheels get the grease, but if we got a lot of wheels involved, things are going to move. And I'm not just speaking for myself. You know, I'm even thinking of eventually relocating out of this area, because as I age out, there's nothing for me here to travel to other than using a car. Thank you.
Hi, and I want to apologize. My day started in Irvine, California, so I'm sorry I was a little late. And I was invited by a number of people, but I wanted to mention Chair Nafili Baird of the Rural Counties Task Force, who has been very active in working with the Equity Advisory Committee for the CTC, and thank her for telling us a lot about the struggles in rural areas. And I probably should tell you all who I am. My name is William Walker. I'm the chair of the Equity Advisory Committee for the CTC, Caltrans, and CalSTA. And I'm based in San Francisco, but I go to grad school in Orange County. So I'm really happy to be here. It's my second time in Fort Bragg. I got here a lot later than my sister. I grew up going to summer camp in Jackson State Park, I believe it's called, but we called it Camp Mendocino. And so this is probably where I spent the longest time away from home as a kid, for like 6 years, but I never got to go to Fort Bragg. My sister did, because she won like best camper awards, and I always won like almost best camper. I mean, she was camper of the year and I won best camper. I don't know what but like I never got to come on the skunk train to Fort Bragg to have lunch because I was the best camper. But I got to hang out in amongst the trees, and you know, we have redwoods in Marin County, but it's very different than being in the redwoods here. And I'm very appreciative of that. And coming up here was a little different because there's now a bypass through Willits. And when I was a kid, there was no bypass, and that charter bus that we took home to San Francisco probably took 6 hours sometimes because there was no bypass, and we would stop at the McDonald's in Willits because they didn't know how long it would take us to get back to San Francisco from here. But I'm excited to see the different projects that you're all doing along the rail trails, and hopefully, like the young lady before that spoke, those rails can have real rail, like, you know, that can run, that can connect. You know, the Bay Area wants to build a rail line all the way up to Cloverdale, so it's quite ostensible that rail could go from Willits down into the Bay Area, or from Fort Bragg over to Willits. And so, I mean, let's dream big. So, but I'll say that I'm really happy to be here and to go on the tour tomorrow, and hope that our committee can look at more district level based interactions, because I know that often the meetings move around throughout the state, but folks here can't always get to the meetings. And that's why I really wanted to show up here today to talk with you all and understand what's going on in this area. But But I know that there's a district office, I believe, in Eureka, and like you mentioned, the District 1 office doing a lot of work with your government, and so hoping that we can find ways to engage the perspectives of disadvantaged communities in the work that you're all doing. It looks like you're already doing that from the presentations today, but whatever we can do to help bring that engagement, I want to offer our support. So thank you for your time.
I'm Rick Van Zee. I'm a concerned citizen, especially about Caltrans projects. And I'd like to make two general comments. First, the fact that Caltrans funds the salaries of an oversight commission, the Coastal Commission, may not be illegal, but it's highly unethical. It clearly has an effect on decisions made because Caltrans coastal projects are pretty much rubber stamped by the commission. Secondly, also that the work Caltrans is doing on Highway 1 around Mendocino and Albion is not only unnecessary, but the destruction and removal of trees is abhorrent, especially given the fact that the project is scheduled to start years from now. Thank you.
Okay, well, we've had a long day today here in Fort Bragg, and I'm hoping you guys will enjoy your stay here in our community and get to visit all parts of Mendocino County. I think you've gotten a good flavor for all of Mendocino County with today's presentations, and we thank you for coming here.
So I'm Chantel O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Engineering Division for the City of Fort Bragg. I'm also the project manager on the current City Streets project. This project has been in the works since 2021 when the city received some funds from Caltrans Local Partnership Program. We were eligible for this funding due in part to us being a self-help city. A self-help city is a city that has a special street sales tax, and so a big part of the reason that we've been able to do so much construction so successfully is in large part to the tax contributions from the citizens of Fort Bragg. So the current streets project includes a repaving of Boatyard Drive, a good portion of Franklin Street, a section of Chestnut Street, as well as some safety pedestrian improvements on Harold Street and Lincoln Street. You'll notice in those locations we are adding street striping, which will improve the pedestrian walkability for students and their families alike. We are nearing the completion of the current project. The remaining phases will be the remainder of North Franklin. This project limit will terminate at Spruce Street. We will then come back and continue to do the street striping. We will be updating all of the red stamped crosswalks. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that they'll all have a coat of fresh paint. And then this project should be pretty much coming to completion around May of this year. This streets project is just one of many that we have in the works. We will actually be awarding the design for the 2025 project, which we'll already be planning to start, and hopefully setting that project off in the spring of next year. In addition to that, the city and the engineering department will continue to apply for state and federal grants in the hopes of bringing you a streets project at least every 2 years.